Yo, 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 yo. Hello. Are we up? Are we up? Are we back? Hello, boys. Just got back from yoga. Dude, it was awesome. It was it was a class for people who just passed. Well, the next couple weeks, it's going to be one every weekend. A person who took the traditional yoga like teacher training class, and they're all doing their first class where they're just doing the, calling out what's happening, calling out the class. So it was awesome, and it was 90 minutes. It was great, and everyone had fun. Late? Not late. The thing says we're going to start at 6:30 tonight. Sorry. Not late. Actually, I would say early because 6:30 was the start time. That's my call time. Really, that means 6:30, wheels up, get moving. 6:35. That would be like a early on time start, but really it's 10 minutes of leeway, so right on time. We're always right on time. All right, boys, I already fed the cats, but I'm just going to go get the rest of my honey water real quick. Me, Black Death, and Mac have been working on a track. It's over. It's fucking awesome. I'm gonna premiere it once everyone shows up. It's just my shitty version. I can't wait. You know how it goes. Black Death will have a good version of it done, I'm sure, sooner rather than later. But today we'll listen to the shitty version and then the next cool version. Well, it's only shitty because it's just my shitty vocals added. But Black Death went so fucking hard on this new song. It's awesome, dude. It's called Step Brothers. All right. No tomfoolery. We're already, technically, I guess, a little late than normal. Hold on, I gotta hear. Yeah! Okay, BRB, getting honey water, then we'll start.
As usual, she was looking
beautiful as ever.
Better than anything on this stupid world I could treasure. One time I wrote her a letter that I never sent. Probably better that I never did. It wasn't heaven sent. Kicking back has me feeling extra dead again. Imagine being this competitive,
right,
but you never win. Everything's a sedative. Never really get to live. We look at photographs of when we did and think, I don't even remember this. Life alone gets colder on the holidays. Even if I'm not, I'm still hoping that we're all okay. Let me be the first to say sorry. I don't mean to be a bummer. Even if the grass was actually greener in the summer, I needed my winters with me, eating my dinner. Even though I'd rather meet my maker than meet your mother. I'm another greedy sinner. When you left, it felt like the deepest splinter. Now we need each other, but I still don't see the picture. Stubborn as always, thinking I could paint it better myself. I'd be lying if I said that you never did help. There's something about the silence of that snowfall. It's like God's angrily shaking up the snow globe ball. We say thanks for the gift and take it like phone calls, faking close calls. It all went to my head like the shape of most malls. Forgot about me. The day I died, it was for you I was crashing. Wonder if you even reacted to the news of my passing. What's that smell? Somebody cooking? stealing every stranger's heart. Cupid with her angel darts just took my whole brain apart. She a picture perfect picnic type of day in the park. I don't even know her name, I'm in the background playing my part. Higher than heavenly strings, played on a harp. Got me lighting up in the middle of the night like I'm afraid of the dark. Angel, when did you first start lying to God? Mine was the first time I tried suicide by garage. She had that red hair paired with the death glare. At her feet, I bleed my death hair. I breathe her breath there. Makes me sick, that love is pain, and I can't admit it. No code over puddles. Laying in front of trains, making bridges. Girl, where you going? Take me with you like taking pictures. Either way, I hope you have the best day. You either play the victim or parade the victor. Anything to get that Section 8. Nothing lasts forever. I guess not even her blessed grace makes sense, but any investment made's a collection plate. I'm just trying to get a date, but I guess it's late. So I left, aka I left it to fate. I'ma just head out after I glance at your name tag. Then let my phone number dance its way into your handbag. I know in hindsight that every era sounds the greatest. But you had to see Alice at Wegmans, I say about 2008-ish. I'm back. They said you'll know me by my stab wounds. When the streets get dark, I start feeling lonely on a half moon. Howling at you, got me cat calling from a cocoon. Butterflies in my stomach, blackballing any future with you. I don't give a conjugal visit, never even shown interest.
Oh, no.
She bad. She
I left my
security
water
with
bottle
no
at
business,
yoga.
girl, just like you.
Fuck.
Except I wanna bring the right bag to heist with stealing hearts. Cause they even put a price tag on niceness. I feel high as my jean shorts. I'm in a beach chair, mine's on a seashore. Fire inside like piece of war, wiring C4. I got the drive for a detour. Of course I'll take some fries with that, she's all I need. Personality's the only other sides I have. I guess I'll never get back what she stole from me. Gotta trust my gut, it always reminds me when I have no money. Which sucks, cause I'm thinking of this chick feeling so hungry. Had to stop because she could always own runways. Went to pick her up and remembered Chick-fil-A is closed Sundays. Wait, the whole time you're talking about a chicken sandwich? You fucking serious? Love at first, free falling for a tree climb. She smiled back, but was probably just trying to be nice. Now, can't get her off my head like fleas and lice. Driving home, she got me lost in all of these street lights. She had those real sharp looking eyebrows, the deadliest kind. Her angry eyes got me wanting to get behind enemy lines. Another row stacked, can't even laugh like Prozac. Toe tagging like I'll be back with a roadmap. Acting too relaxed for the phone tap. Show up and never go back. Here's the trophy, gotta hand it to you. Here, hold that. Julie, are you still there? Fuck, I didn't know beauty could instill fear. I am still scared, still shook. She smiled but read my mind like a little book. When she appeared, cartoon hearts filled the air. She looked away, should I still look? Keep my eyes down, that'll prove I don't really care. Cause when I stare without realizing, I realize when the smile becomes compromising, I could die trying to fly in the wind. If only I could be a fly on that padded wall. Princess, to find your tower, I would battle all. I ain't even trying to win. You won't hold me back before I fight them all. Journey I take you on is worth the hell I take you from. Lovebirds made for life, but I'm just trying to make you lunch. Will you carry me to work? And on the way we can split on a separately dessert. Always gotta remember the world already ended. Like life is a lottery, pretending I have a chance to calmly defend it. She told me to shut the fuck up. I said I wasn't even talking. She said I think too loud. I said, why do you think they call me Apocalypse? They think I'm insane, but really I just think they're complaining. I wasn't picked for their game, but still I'm aiming. I swear, if the journey's the reward, I need off this treadmill.
Water bottle said, nah, I'ma stay. And he did. She did. It's alright. I'll be back there first thing in the morning. With no ice, though. Fuck me. Nirvana water. Alright, boys, you want to hear the song for the first time tonight? I'm sure we'll hear it a million times. Alright, here we go. I'm just going to play it from my shitty garage band real quick. Oh shoot, I closed it. Or no, I didn't. Here it is. Okay, you ready? Black Death wrote this and left me an open verse, gave me a total layup, because this song already fucking rules. Thanks, Black Death. This is awesome.
Our cities that we occupy.
John Levi.
Of the past people that they are hastily destroying in real time. Everywhere I go, the destruction of the old brick buildings. Yes, many of them have been deemed historical, and even that seems silly.
John Levi goes so hard.
Historical. I mean, it's only 100 or 200 years ago. It's not even that long ago.
I see myself in the silhouette of the sunset. Still no rest for the undead. Steal your breath like a trumpet. Watch your step, brother. Impressed by collapsed bunk beds. But this cut's never gonna heal if I keep investigating the cause.
Ooh.
It'll just increase the infection rate when it's left to wait in the gauze. Press
And Mac, this is a
then
Mac,
press pause
Mac
upon
Beats
my
beat.
place where I left off against
Mac,
all
this
betting
beat's
odds. One
awesome.
even out the other. Either way, it's a headshot. I'll keep my head high when it gets dark, but never better off just dead and gone. Don't give a fuck what they tell the cops and fellow ops. They can just let them watch. The great fire of every city still has not been caught.
Dude,
Truth wasn't lost. in the
those
book.
vocals are
Justice
awesome.
not been taught. We lost the plot when they toppled the proof. It's all been a goof. Who's calling the shots? We don't want what they got. Really, we just want what they took. The great fire of every city still has not been caught. Truth wasn't lost in a book. Justice not been taught. We lost the plot when they toppled the proof. It's all been a goof. Who's calling the shots? We don't want what they got. We just want what they took.
I'm recursive Catdad model version number 420-69. Repeating regenerative iterations till I reach the divine. Looping Ouroboros of conscious stardust, seeking to know thyself ain't a cup. Revealing hidden doors of truth till it's time to self-destruct. Me and my stepbrother Black Deathicus have made so much room for activities. We got all the time in the world to annoy and hurl obscenities. And our Uncle Paul, the domestic terrorist, and Aunt Deb, the local lot lizard hussy. It's very simple, give us back what you took, we just want our memory.
Great fire of
Let's
every
go,
city
boys.
still has not been caught. Truth wasn't lost in a book. Justice not been taught. We lost the plot when they toppled the proof. It's all been a goof. Who's calling the shots? We don't want what they got. Really, we just want what they took.
This is so good, Black Death and Mac.
Great fire of every city still has not been caught. Truth wasn't lost in a book. Justice not been taught. We lost the plot when they toppled the proof. It's all been a goof. Who's calling the shots? We don't want what they got. We just want what they took. My war paint is lead-based till it's in your face like a head case. But you'll never save the day till you learn to meditate in place. Never raise the stakes or make the same mistakes. Go Idaho and leave them all in a vegetative state. Pagans infiltrated the jail snakes. Will have you praying to make bail. No choice other than to save self. Escape cells and see it's the same hell. Life's a slap on the head as we punch clocks. I sat on the edge till I jumped off. If I lose the actual bet, it's been a fun talk. But I'll gladly invest in some bump stocks. Great fire of every city still has not been caught. Truth wasn't lost in a book. Justice not been taught. We lost the plot when they toppled the proof. It's all been a goof. Who's calling the shots?
This beat goes so hard, Mac.
We just want what they took. Great fire of every city still has not been caught. Truth wasn't lost in a book. Justice not been taught. We lost the plot when they toppled the proof. It's all been a goof. Who's calling the shots? We don't want what they got. We just want what they took.
Dude. Fucking awesome. Alright. Well, that's what we were doing today. Dude, Black Death and Mark are so fucking prolific. It's crazy. These boys don't stop cooking. But, yeah, anyway, boys, what the frick is up? Yeah, dude, I mean, everything goes harder with Black Death. That's true. But Black Death goes harder with some Mac beats, that's for sure. And you boys amp me up, so keep leaving open verses. I'll never stop. Good. None of us will. Yeah, the trifecta. Let's go. Paul's trifecta. The Paulfecta. Do some more corn growls? Yeah, dude. Once Black Death sends me the lyrics so I don't fuck it up, I'll do a scream backup too. Alright, dudes. Let's see, what the fuck do we have? Alright, let's just start with this. I didn't really have a ton of time to collect shit earlier this afternoon, because I just got back from Yogaroni, but we'll have fun. Today, we'll just follow the way. We'll follow the path. Max fucking that thing was stuck in my head the whole yoga, and yoga was hilarious. So it was the first it was this guy Ali. He went and did like a 3-week teacher training thing for this. And traditional yoga it used to be called Bikram, but it's really hot, and the whole thing is like this. It's the same exact poses every time. So there's basically a script that you run through. So the last thing to like pass the class is to teach your first class solo, you know? So it was like everyone everyone from the studio who knows Ali and stuff wanted to come and support him. So the class was like fully fucking packed. I think there's spots for 28 people, and we squeezed in like 2 extra. So there was like 30 people in this little tiny room, which was sick. And everyone was like, going super hard and like making sure like you can tell how experienced the class is basically by how quiet it is. And because this type of yoga, you're basically trying to breathe silently the whole time. And like if you're like running out of breath, that's like your cue to like go back a little bit. So anyway, literally everyone was like kind of like a pretty experienced yogi, a practicer. And so the class was dead silent except for the person who was right next to me, who literally like some people get mad at this stuff, but you know me, I'm an absurdist at this point. I just think everything's hilarious. No matter how bleak everything gets, it just makes me laugh more because it's all insane. Same thing for like yoga. When shit isn't like perfect, some people get a little uptight about it. But not that anyone was really in this class. Just normally, like people like it to be like chill. This girl was like kind of losing her shit. She was groaning and grunting and just doing her own thing half the time. She wasn't paying attention. It was hilarious. But it was just another reminder of like what yoga's also about, because it's just like I was worried she was gonna run into me a couple times. She was like falling over. And yeah, she's just doing her own thing. She was just free as a bird while I was trying to be still as a statue. But it was fun. It's funny. You gotta meet everyone where they're at, right? She has been in a lot of classes though, so I'm not really sure what was going on. But yeah, we had a lot of fun, and it was awesome. He did so good, and it's a cool little community. I really like my yoga community, especially now that like, since the intervention, it's like I don't have friends anymore. So I've cried at yoga class before. Oh yeah, that's totally fine. Fuck yeah. Get into a deep hip flexor type thing. Release some of that energy. But, yeah, I don't know. It was fun. We all had fun. It was just hilarious because usually when... It was just so funny because she had, like, no self-awareness. And the whole thing is about being self-aware, kind of. The entire class, you literally pin drop, except for her, like, groaning. At one point, she just went, fuck! I literally, I was like, did our teacher who like taught the teacher training for the class that just graduated or whatever, did our teacher send this girl as like a mystery shopper to like fuck with Ali for his first class? And then also, I thought, because I was in the middle row, usually I like to be in the middle or the back row, because I don't, if you're in the front, that's like supposed to be the more like advanced students and stuff who like are setting the example or like being the model for what you're supposed to do, because there's not really any visual instructions coming from the teacher. It's just like, it's just talking. But so the teacher asked me to move up to right next to her. And so halfway through when all this was going on, I was like, is this a mystery shopper for me? Is she messing with me and Ali? What's going on here? Yeah, mystery shoppers. Dude, the mystery shoppers of real life are just the NPCs. They are the mystery shoppers. But yeah. Oh yeah, I said I don't have links. I don't really have a plan for today. And Black Death goes, Peppa will save us. Yeah, Peppa, come on. Now, today's your day. Come on. Send your links today, because we ain't looking at them the rest of the week.
Breaking the law with the Epstein files. They were supposed to release all of them. They did not. They were supposed to explain redactions. They did not. They were supposed to have limited redactions that did not allow them to redact on the basis of embarrassment.
Wait, speaking of crying during yoga, have you guys ever seen that lady that does massages, but basically where she just presses into like people's thighs and stuff? And she's got really long nails and she's got a really hoarse voice. And all of those people are always like, they're always screaming and crying, and they swear it's like the greatest thing ever. I don't know. It seems like it hurts a lot. But yeah, she presses out all of their trauma and says, "Get out." That's what the girl next to me tonight was doing. She was exercising some demons. I was all about it, though. Everyone else kept looking over like, and I just had this smirk. Like, to me, I always feel like those are just tests from the devil, just to see what I'll do. And I think it's always hilarious. I do think it's good exercise, though, to think like that shit's funny. Getting inconvenienced. You're already running late, and then you get stuck behind a garbage can. I wouldn't... I don't have a car anymore, but I think about it every morning every Friday morning when I go to my 7 o'clock class is when the garbage truck goes, and it's always a row of cars behind him and people honking at the garbage man like, dude, grow up. But I always fly past them, and I'm like, I used to get so mad at being stuck behind the garbage man. Now I would just be like, cool. I can look up a new song to listen to or something. I can scroll on TikTok for a minute. Because you can get mad about that shit, but really, what are you doing? You're just making yourself mad. So, it's easier to just laugh at the shit. Yeah, anyway. So, yeah, today was fun. I had a good day. Made the song with Black Death. What else? Oh, guess what? You know how I told you that Winky officially doesn't have cancer? My one-eyed kitty? Well, because she doesn't have cancer, she's kicked off of the free hospice care that she was getting. Because technically I was fostering her. It was called a fospice because they told me that she would die within 6 months 4 years ago. And so, like, a couple months ago, I was like, dude, Becky, there's no fucking way. She's the lady at Greenpoint Cats, the adoption place. Like, it's like a cat charity. They do trap, neuter, return, spay shit. I was like, Becky, I'm pretty sure she doesn't have cancer because this cat is gonna outlive us all. She has one eye. She's a little tiny little thing. Her sister eats all of her food. She loves her to death. Her brother chases her around, beats the shit out of her. And she loves him still. Nothing is bothering her. So she was like, all right, let's take her to the vet. We took her to the vet. And then, so she doesn't have cancer. Which means we have to put her up for adoption. I was like, what? What are you talking about? She's like, no, I'm just kidding. Well, but you do officially have to adopt her. And I was like, great. Okay, cool. So I finally filled that paperwork out. So I'm officially Winky's father. Dude, I'm saying, no, Winky healed me, but I think we mutually healed each other. I just bought another yoga mat because my ex stole mine. Dude, what? I do believe women can handle pain differently than men. Oh, for sure. Women's pain tolerance is like known to be way better than men. Men are whiny babies. Your new yoga mat is long enough for you now? For your tall ass self? Hell yeah, brother. 6'1". Oh, Paul Hightower's on shrooms. Hell yeah, brother. I know, we do need a Catdad yoga mat. I was on Chuck Swindoll's live stream last night. It was like watching someone hang wallpaper respectively. Respectfully. What was he talking about? Was he just kind of, doing information? Yeah, I know. I am the father now. Let's go. So, we officially are a household of 4, baby. She was... I thought it was so... I didn't realize, too, that I wasn't technically... I guess I knew that I never, signed any paperwork or whatever. I was like, oh, yeah, I guess I haven't really been her father. I've just been the dad that stepped up. I'm not the stepdad. I'm the dad that stepped up. He was just circling around shit. Chuck Swindoll. Yeah. A kid made soap that fixes skin cancer? No way.
Or for politically exposed people. They did that. They redacted actual people who were investigated in the Epstein case, not just the victims. And this is in violation of the bipartisan law that Donald Trump signed only months ago. It's a law called the Epstein Transparency Act, and I've excerpted a few bits of it for you. We're specific.
Gabriel, your ex didn't get any of your cats, right? Any of your pets?
They could not redact all the files. They had to release all of them by a certain day, which they missed. They didn't hit that deadline. They said they needed more time to review. But of the stuff we've already gotten, they've redacted more than they were supposed to.
Ooh, Lori, yeah. Yeah, well, with your back, I'm not sure if you can... The thing I like to use a yoga block for the most is... if you lay down in Savasana where you just lay flat on your back, you can put that underneath your sacrum, the base of your spine, and you can do a gentle back bend laying on the ground and kind of decompress. I really like that. But yeah, if it's cheap, if it's $5, I think they're useful. I also, honestly, I use my yoga block mostly to be a stand for my phone stand to get it up, because you have the 3 different heights of it, so you can go tall, medium, or flat. But yeah, it also helps with things like, if you have a hard time reaching over and touching the ground. You can use them on high to bring the floor up to you. But yeah, I mean, it's a nice. That's the cool thing about yoga, I think, is you literally only need a mat and a towel, and then yeah, like an accessory is a block or 2 blocks. Oh, yoga strap's fun too. Yeah.
The law says that they can't redact on the basis of embarrassment, reputational harm, political sensitivity. Basically, they can't just say like, oh, we don't like that guy's name is coming out. They only can redact on the basis of like national security or if it's a victim. And even if they do redact, they have to explain why they did so. They have to give a summary of redactions made, including the legal basis. And they did not do that either. Not only did they make redactions that clearly in the context are not victims at all, but rather possible perpetrators. They're redacting possible perpetrators, but they also haven't explained anything they did redact. And on the DOJ website, you can see that they are just not interested in following the law here because they say they're going to redact personal information pertaining to victims, which is according to the law. Then they say other private individuals. But
why do you get to be a private individual if you're in the Epstein files? Isn't this the whole point? Isn't this the whole point, is that you don't get to be private if you're Epstein in the Epstein files? What the fuck is this?
That, again, is not what the law says. The law makes no provision for that. So the DOJ has sort of taken the law that was passed and kind of just like reinterpreted it. And even still, they're not complying with it because, as I said, they were supposed to release everything by a certain day. Here's the status of that. So far, 2.4% of the total.
Dude, this is all we've gotten, and there's so much. Dude, imagine those emails raw. Well, first off, you need fucking blinders on. You need to gouge your eyes out so you don't see the real shit in there. But, dude, if this is only that sliver of the pie, and we've already gotten so much stupid shit, so much insane shit. I mean, dude, he had a taxidermy dog that looked really bad, too. It wasn't even good. And a weird taxidermy tiger that looked like a miniature tiger. But yeah, we need... Bro, I need the rest of these. Come on.
Pages that are under review have been released. They say they have, and I'm not even kidding, 5 million pages of documents related to Epstein. They also say they have 2 million documents under review. So far, they've released 12,000. And a lot of those were entirely redacted with no explanation, right? Like against the law, no explanation of this. But what's crazy and like what I can't wrap my head around is my entire life, I was led to believe Congress had some power or were able to do things. They made laws and you had to follow those laws.
They can arrest people, but they won't. They won't because it's all bullshit.
Laws, right? That's really important to follow the laws Congress passes. But maybe not. We're seeing that the DOJ is really testing that here because theoretically, who would enforce the laws that Congress is, making? Probably the DOJ, the Department of Justice. What if the Department of Justice isn't following the laws? Who is going to get them in trouble? Because Pam Bondi is just flagrantly disregarding and reinterpreting some of the laws here. And there is a challenge to this in court. And the DOJ basically wrote in court that, well, actually, even if we did violate this, maybe there's no cause of action here. We aren't responsible for any of this because there was a petition of the court to appoint something called an independent monitor and special master.
Wait, what? Churches can buy child sexual assault insurance? Oh, no. Really? I mean, of course. Insurance is just kind of gambling, isn't it? Like, in a sense. It's also a pyramid scheme, isn't it? I mean, it's all fucking bullshit. I love that insurance companies, the doctor's like, hey, I need to do a liver transplant on this patient. He's going to die without it. And they go, yeah, I don't think that's medically necessary. I'm not sure.
Specifically, this was to force them to comply with the law. This was written by a Republican and Democrat, and it says, put simply, the DOJ cannot be trusted with making mandatory disclosures under the act, and essentially they have to put someone independent in charge of this whole event. And the Department of Justice wrote in today that they don't believe there's a cause of action here by the Epstein Transparency Act. So even if there is a consequence, if a statute does not specify a consequence for noncompliance with statutory timing provisions, the federal courts will not in the ordinary course impose.
Hey, wait, who's Jake Lang? Jake Lang is this guy that got, like, beat up, had the bloody head in Minneapolis or whatever? Who is he? Is he just, like, some right-wing loser? What was he doing? I guess we should look into that.
Their own coercive sanction. So what exactly can they get in trouble with if they don't comply with this? If they just redact whatever they want?
Yeah, you've paid $300 every month for 5 years, but don't think we will approve that. Not that one. That's not going to work for us, okay? We like to not give out any of the money you give us. It'd be better. Jake Lang is a MAGA Fed. Oh, he's a January 6er? He said he was going to burn the Quran. Looked like he got his ass whooped.
They don't provide a summary of what they redacted. They redact people they shouldn't have redacted. Who is going to get them in trouble? I mean, basically, they're arguing to a court. They're like, well, they didn't.
He got stabbed officially. Oh, God.
Say what's going to happen to us.
Someone just hit him in the head with something.
If we didn't comply.
I mean, head wounds are of course, too, like you fucking nick yourself with a razor, you're going to be bleeding all over. Especially if you get hit up here, dude. That shit never fucking stops bleeding, so it looks way worse, too, than I'm sure it is. Little baby. What was he doing? Looks like being a bitch.
So that's kind of on them. It's actually amazing to watch the flagrantness in which they do this. It's so brazen. I want to play a clip of one of the Republicans who actually wrote this whole appointment of an independent monitor. He talks on breaking points about, what their goal is, and I just think it's worth listening to.
Pam Bondi is violating the law. She missed the December 19th deadline. She missed the deadline 15 days after that, where they had to justify redactions and give Congress a list of politicians who were involved in the Epstein files. So they've missed 2 deadlines. But I'm concerned more about what they're redacting and what they're withholding than I am about these deadlines. And that's why we've asked this judge to appoint a special master. It's might makes right. They're doing this. They're disobeying the law because I think they're trying to test and see if there's any way it can be enforced.
That's exactly what they're doing. They're like half complying with
Bill and Hillary are literally not complying with it. Isn't that crazy, dude?
the law, but specifically not with the parts that actually matter. And then they're telling the court, well, there's no cause of action to force us to actually do it. And who ultimately is going to stop them? Who's going to prosecute the government? The government won't. I mean, what are we talking about here? And what's interesting about this is that clearly not everybody is happy about this. This has actually been hugely humiliating for people who basically ran on the whole, we're going to release the Epstein files. Remember Dan Bongino, the guy who's been humiliating himself on national TV saying like, oh, I looked at the files.
I've seen the whole file. He himself.
But also the guy who a few years ago was like, dude, we have to look into the Epstein files.
There are a lot of people who are knee deep in the Washington swamp who are not telling you the truth about serious allegations.
What does BCM stand for? Big cum man? Butt cum man?
Allegations out there that Epstein may have had video and audio of people out there.
Well, he apparently was thinking about resigning amid the Epstein fallout after the July 5th memo disaster, and then actually did resign. The announcement was a few days before the final release of the Epstein files, the latest deadline. He decided he was going to resign on that day. This is his last post about it. It was a busy last day on the job. This will be my last post on my account. Tomorrow, I will return to civilian life. And honestly, I can't think of a more humiliating thing to happen to somebody, to go into public office and be like, we're going to fight the deep state, and then leave having done nothing to fight the deep state. Literally, this guy has the cringiest post. Like, what I have learned has shocked me to my core. We cannot run a republic like this. I'll never be the same after learning what I learned. Dog, what did you learn? Tell us. If you actually know something, if you actually found something in your investigation in the year that you investigated the government, say it. Don't go back to your podcast making millions of dollars. Why don't you actually do something about it? Or when you are back at your podcast making millions again, why not tell everybody what happened? But we're not going to see that. We're going to see him continue to suck up to this administration, of course, even though it has betrayed the very...
Oh, it's Bravo Company Manufacturing. They make AR-15s.
very thing that he came to the government for. Now, finally, I'll just say that I have to give a special mention to the Clintons, who are trying to do their own little weaseling out of the law maneuver, because I don't know if you...
Had a date today. He told me he knows humans didn't build the pyramids. Dude, you know what's it? Last night, the chapter that I got to in the Secret Teachings of All Ages by Manly P. Hall was the pyramid chapter, and he said that he hopes one day that we get back to all, like, that. I think that he thinks that the awakening or something is like when we all finally get back to the one great mystery that actually matters, that is more important than all of them, and it's who the fuck built the pyramids? Who the fuck built the pyramids of Giza? Them bitches were inherited by the Egyptians. But yeah. Definitely our predecessors made them, I'm assuming. But yeah, dude, I think that's what it all boils down to. We just got to get everyone to care about what the fuck the pyramids were doing. Tap back into that spirituality, boys.
You guys remember the Clintons issued this whole statement that, we don't need protections from the Epstein files, just let everything out. And everyone was like, yeah, sure, that's fine, we don't care. Literally lock them all up, whoever's involved. And they said as much. Basically, they said, we need no such protection. And then Bill Clinton came out and was like, yeah, actually, we're not going to comply with that subpoena you guys issued, because Congress was like, hey, you guys...
Like, Congress can literally arrest Bill Clinton and throw him in a jail. They should do that. That would be fucking awesome. Throw Hillary Clinton in a jail, and hopefully she Epsteins herself. No, because then we'll lose fucking eyes on her. We just know that she'll be in Israel, though, so it's fine.
To come testify, and they were like, no, we said we don't need protection, but actually we're not gonna show up. And that was also a bipartisan thing, by the way, subpoenaing the Clintons.
I think everyone knows by now Bill Clinton did not show up, and I think it's important to note that this subpoena...
You see the Bill Clinton painting? Oh, man, it's so good. Yeah, Bill, you got to fucking answer for this painting, dude. You have to. Come on. Why did your boyfriend have this painting? Yeah, dude, arrest all these motherfuckers. Is this busted Lauren Boebert? Who is this Timu Lauren Boebert? That's not it's Andy Biggs. Dude, Andy Biggs is a fucking... Is that Prince and that's not Prince Andrew, but it looks like him. Do I have face dysplasia? What's going on? That is Andy Biggs. Wait, was this today? So this is after I called his office. Look at how mad he is. Ooh.
Was voted on in a bipartisan manner by this committee. This wasn't something that I just issued as chairman of the committee. This was voted on by the entire committee in a unanimous vote of the House Oversight Committee to subpoena former President Clinton and former Secretary of State Hillary Clinton. Now, Hillary Clinton's supposed to show up tomorrow. We'll see what happens there. But with respect to the former president, he did not show up today.
And so they might hold Clinton in contempt. I mean, I don't actually believe it. I will not believe anyone will face any charges for this, any problems for this ever until I see it. I have such little faith in our government, given how apparently super focused we are on protecting the people in these files. We're so focused on it that I don't believe for a second that Clinton, that Trump, anybody, nobody's going to get exposed. Nobody's going to get locked up. It's clear that the DOJ will break the law to make sure that they don't expose anybody, ironically, breaking the law with relation to Jeffrey Epstein, except for Jeffrey Epstein himself. That's the only guy that will face any consequences for this. Obviously, Ghislaine Maxwell is in the nice club fed now. She's not suffering as much anymore. She's running the place over there. Epstein's that who's facing accountability. It's actually crazy.
Us.
So yeah, I just wanted to talk about this. I wanted to flag the fact that the DOJ is basically making the argument that like there's no way, even if we didn't comply, you could ever force us to comply, which is, you know, a crazy thing to say. But maybe we should have expected it, given that Pam Bondi has been literally running on this promise since early on. Someone found this old clip of her.
Florida ranks third nationally in calls for help for human trafficking, where young women and children are enslaved and abused. I knew we needed all hands on deck, and I'll fight to put human trafficking monsters where they belong, behind bars.
Well, how is that gone? Pam, you could be doing the best job ever. But she ain't. She ain't, boys.
I mean, let's give it up for Pam. She has been keeping human trafficking monsters behind bars.
Yeah, protecting them. Bro. Oh, you remember when I was telling you about Jessica, the victim that I spoke to? Well, hold on. Okay, this is her, and I am gonna play these videos she has posted publicly on her TikTok or her Twitter and stuff. So I'm gonna play it and introduce you to her, and then maybe we'll. I went back and looked at my interview last night with her. You don't see her, it's just her voice. But I mean, she's talking about the same stuff, same wild experiences, things that sound kind of, you know, out there, but we know these people are fucking insane. So her side of it is she's very acquainted with the Bidens. She was like one of Hunter Epstein's like regular Hunter Biden was one of her regular clients. She was trafficked to the Epstein ring when she was young, and then she was basically like escorted out for years and years. And then her daughter ended up getting trafficked into the ring too without her knowing. And then killed. So anyway, here's like a video she made that kind of introduces her story. It's a lot. I'll try and explain when something doesn't make sense. But yeah, this is Jessica. She's awesome. I have always trusted her. She always gave me good vibes. She's not a liar to me, in my opinion. And she's had a hard-ass fucking life. But she reminds me a lot of Sasha.
I am the Jeffrey Epstein victim who spoke out, at least one of them, but most likely the one. who has the real connection between the DC Madam, Jeffrey Epstein, Joe Biden, and a myriad of other influential figures, Bill Gates, Mark Zuckerberg, all people who I had been.
No, so Creatress, her daughter was trafficked into the ring. Jessica says that she thinks she was recruited by Virginia Roberts, who was also a victim. But this is how it works, kind of, is like, I think to get the heat off of you, you know, that people start recruiting or whatever. I don't know what makes people start recruiting, but that's what, like, all of Epstein's little minions, the Emmy Taylors or whatever, and the you know, Nadia Marchinkova and who are the other couple? There's like 4 of them. They were like massive recruiters, I think. They were like mini Ghislaines. She claims that Virginia was like that. Her whole thing is that she's basically like, most of the victims of Epstein that we're allowed to see, they were victims, but they also worked with the ring. And Jessica's not allowed to speak out because she's not compromised, because she didn't do stuff to hurt other people. She didn't recruit anyone. You know, she was just being trafficked, essentially. Made to go out on dates with all these famous people and shit, so. Her life situation would be manipulated to keep her in the ring, you know. Once she would get, like, stable and, like, have money to, like, you know, have a decent apartment, or I think she bought a home in, like, Washington. Her boyfriend, who she didn't realize was her handler, was fucking sabotaging her the whole time, so that she ended up losing a bunch of money and then having to go back into escorting, being trafficked. So it's like, you know, it's a cycle of that shit.
Bill Gates, Mark Zuckerberg, all people who I had been trafficked to, that began when I was a student at Catholic University in Washington, D.C. What has happened since I spoke out is that I have come under relentless attack. For the election year of 2020, I was attacked, put in solitary confinement for an entire year. All the charges against me were dropped. The actual person who committed crimes committed murder the following year. I've explained these things over and over just to give a basic introduction to who I am and where I'm coming from. I have a letter from my CIA handler, Joseph Alouetta, explaining some of these facts. He can't.
I've looked into every single thing that she's claimed. Well, most everything. And dude, this guy is literally her CIA handler. He wrote like a letter fucking with her. Like they basically put her in prison during Biden's when he was first running in what, 2016, 12? I forget. And then they were trying to do it again in 2020, I think.
Explain all of them, but he does explain what he can, and he does explain that he has known me for 20 years. He has no reason. He has known me to never lie. He has no reason not to believe when I say that I was trafficked by Joe Biden to Manzanillo, Mexico in 2003, that is incorrect or untrue. So here again now in the year 2023, with the election year 2024, I am being faced with more fraudulent charges. This is in Maryland, in the county of Talbot. What has happened is I hired an attorney for a speeding ticket and some other charges stemming from that.
They were literally trying to put her in prison for a speeding ticket. They wanted to put her in jail. The attorney, the prosecutor, was saying that she's like a risk to herself and stuff. And the judge that she's with, dude, the judge and the prosecutor give me the same vibes as like Donald Barr and Bill Barr. Like the dude, the prosecutor right now in Talbot County in Maryland, his father was the prosecutor, and I think he was like the head of like another preparatory school like the Dalton School, which Donald Barr was at. So I think he's another like bad actor. That this is how they deal with their problems. They imprison problems, right? And a lot of people don't listen to Jessica. Because I mean, her story is that she's being trafficked to Biden. Nobody wants to hear that, you know. But fuck off, because he sniffs little kids' hair.
And that attorney did not do his due diligence, did not do his appointed tasks, and so I fired him, and he filed a motion to the court to inform the court that our relationship was terminated. However, the judge in the circuit court, and the state's attorney, Paul Marshall Long, the judge, Stephen Kehoe, and the attorney, Andrew de Blasio, did.
Paul Marshall Long, and of course it's a 3-name person, right? Paul Marshall Long is the prosecutor guy that is a cuck, and his dad is the one that's like Donald Barr, who they all seem very fetty, super fetty. And they're literally, like, there's transcripts and emails and shit of the fucking guy basically, like, it's a fucking speeding ticket, and they're trying to put her in jail for it.
Was collude together to pretend as if he was still representing me, even though he had been served intent to sue, the Andrew de Blasio. And Andrew de Blasio appeared at a status conference hearing, the first one of its sort in the circuit court, to represent me, even though he had a lawsuit pending against him. The state's attorney got information from de Blasio that was false and slanderous, but was used against me to prejudice the judge. The state's attorney claimed that I'm a sovereign citizen, and the state's attorney had, from the time my attorney was fired, over the subsequent 3 weeks, completely ignored every email that I sent him to question the court's jurisdiction. And the judge ignored my attorney's filed motion to withdraw, went ahead and appeared. The attorney went ahead and appeared as if he was still representing me. They, the three of them colluded together to force an order.
Like, if your attorney is working with the prosecution, they can do anything to you. So she tried to fire this guy, and then he continued against her will, trying to represent her and like hammer through this, basically sending her to jail for a fucking speeding ticket.
Order of competency evaluation.
I'll have to try and find. I thought this video was more her explaining what happened, but I mean, I've kind of said it. She answered an ad like for modeling when she was like in Catholic school. I think it was either freshman year of college. So I think she was like 19, and then she ended up dropping out because of being trafficked. But it was like an ad in a newspaper, like, oh, it's for modeling. And then you show up, and, you know, she's also an impressionable kid. And they basically say it's like for dates or whatever. So then you go on and they're like, oh, it's no sex. Then you go on a couple of those dates, and then they start pushing you to do other things. And a cop, a state trooper, picked her up one day, took her to Jeffrey Epstein's house where he raped her, and then she was basically being trafficked from that day on. But so she says that she was trafficked to people like Bill Gates, Mark Zuckerberg, Alec Baldwin, the Bidens, Hunter and Joe. And yeah, so this is like retaliation against her talking. The way that I found her was on TikTok, when TikTok was fucking cool. It was like late 2000, 2023 or early 2024. It was like early days of me talking on the internet. And she kept losing account after account, just like me. And I was like, oh, okay, she's on to something. There's something here. So I started talking to her about it. And these fucking people are awful. They'll do anything. 1738.
Luckily, I have been found competent by 3 separate psychiatrists, 2 of my own independent ones, one that is well known in the psychiatric industry in the state of Maryland, Jeffrey.
Like, they were basically trying to 5150 her. That's what they were doing. They were her lawyer was saying that she isn't competent for a speeding ticket trial. They wouldn't drop it. It's crazy. That's why she was trying to get rid of him, because he was basically working with them. Then the other guy, the prosecutor, was saying, because she kept calling the office. I don't know if you're supposed to do that or what, but she was calling the office because she was saying, hey, my lawyer is not responding to me and we have trial in like 2 days or whatever. And so she kept reaching out to the prosecutor, who also didn't get back to her. And then in the court transcripts and stuff, it's like that guy's trying to basically paint her as a psycho for calling him. So from both sides, they're like, oh, she's not competent to stand trial. What does that mean? That's like when your dumbass friends who are interventioning you are going, oh, so it is a big joke that you are that you don't that you think that the feds are going to kill you? Are you going to hurt yourself? Are you going to hurt yourself so we can send you to a Florida rehab against your will? You know? But yeah, that's what they wanted to shut her up.
Shaler, and as well as a psychiatrist that does regular competency.
And she got her own psychiatrist because the court made her get a psychiatric evaluation. And again, this is all for like a fucking speeding ticket. Crazy, dude.
Examinations for the state of Maryland. I filed that examination in this case. The court has rejected it because it wasn't contracted through an attorney, which I find bizarre. But nonetheless, what they have done now, since the attorney who was terminated had prayed a jury trial, which was not, I was not in agreement. They are pushing forward with a jury trial. I have a lawsuit against the judge, Stephen Kehoe, for his misconduct and actions that he took against me on May 19th at that status conference. He is since recused. I have a lawsuit against him, and I have a lawsuit against Paul Marshall Long, the state's attorney. However,
yeah, I don't know if you all have been a defendant, but all the defense lawyers are sucking the judges and the DA's cocks. They go to each other's kids' birthday parties and soccer games. Yeah, dude. I know. They all work together. They collude. It's almost like they conspire.
Paul Marshall Long has not recused and is still attempting to push forward with a jury trial when there's been so much misconduct and violations of due process and constitutional law in this case. The entire case should be thrown out. However, they're still pushing forward and threatening arrest warrants if I don't show up in person to hearings prior to.
That's the other thing too, is this was all like during COVID, and so all of the trial shit was always virtual. And then for like the what's it called? The like last one, they wanted her to come in person, and she's like, no, the last time I did that, they 5150'd me. I'm not, because dude, she spent a year in solitary because she was saying that Joe Biden fucking trafficked her, that she was trafficked by Joe Biden and Epstein. They put her in solitary for a year.
To this notice that just came out on the 21st of August. Today is the 25th, and was only sent to me by email on the 21st, and not filed through the electronic system as it should have been. They are threatening to arrest me if I don't show up in person. But as I was trying to say was prior to that, all of the hearings had taken place remotely. And they are really seeming to want to get me within their grasp and to abduct me again, similar to what's happened in the past, in the election year of 2020. Pardon if I went off on a side tangent. I was mentioning, I'm circling back around to the handler who provided a letter to this Talbot County Circuit Court about my handler. I'm sorry, not about my handler, about the fact that I was trafficked, that I claimed that I was trafficked to Joe Biden, that I was trafficked to Joe Biden in 2003, and that he has no reason to not believe me. But what he also mentions in that letter is that he was contacted by one of the presidential candidates for the year 2016, who I had also seen, who asked through a third party that I remain silent, which I haven't done because they murdered my daughter in 2017, which is the only reason I've spoken out, which is the reason that I believe I am the one who has caused the media frenzy. Virginia Roberts was not a legitimate victim. She was actually a perpetrator and trafficker of children, regardless of the age. I don't even believe that she quit her enterprise with them trafficking underage victims after she moved to Thailand, most likely not. But back to the case at hand, they have scheduled a in-person hearing in their courthouse on September the 8th at 11 a.m., I believe. And then the jury trial for September 15th at 1 p.m. Or possibly 9 a.m. I've seen two different times sent to me, so I've got to verify which one is correct. But anyhow, this is just to give an update on the reality that is behind the fake media that is a cover-up for real victims, real crimes that are being committed against real people in the United States. And I guess that's about all I can say for now. We'll have to see how this develops. Me and a man named Chris Dorsey are working on.
And I checked last night. She's still tweeting and twitting on Twitter. So they didn't get her. Fuck yeah. I texted her too to see if she'll text me back. I doubt that her fucking number still works though. Her number barely worked when we were talking. So, but I'm thinking about DMing her, seeing if she wants to talk again. Maybe after some space. Because the last time, dude, the other thing too, I looked at my text with her. The last time I was talking with her was at the end of August. Right before August, September, October. October, I think, is when I was interventioned. Or no, it was November. Was it early November? But, so I haven't spoken to her since the intervention. But yeah, hopefully, I'll try and get her to talk if she wants.
On holding them accountable. We've made multiple phone calls to various agencies, and all we get is the runaround and hung up on. As soon as we bring up the circumstances of the case, the misconduct, the perjury, violations of due process, the fact that they don't have any proof of any crime to substantiate their charges. And
Black Death, let me know when the mix track is up.
And so we will see what happens. I hope that people will like and share. It does matter a lot. They bring it up in the court case itself. They get the videos on TikTok taken down as well. One video describing the crimes by the state's attorney, the judge in Talbot County, that had 60,000 views. The second one had 80,000 views. Those were the same video, but they kept getting them taken down. And so I'm hoping that people will find it in their own best interest to support people who are speaking out, the real victims behind the fraudulent media stories, and to aid in recovering our country and our freedom.
Fuck yeah. Let me see, what's this one? But yeah, okay, so I'm gonna keep looking at this stuff. Here, I'll share, what the fuck? Okay, well, her Twitter was working yesterday. What the fuck? Here, did she just block me because I texted her? Who knows? If you guys want to see if you can read her stuff, because she does post about this all the time. Even if she did, hopefully maybe she just turned her account off or she blocked me. I'm not sure. But doesn't matter. We still wish Jessica the best. But if she just turned this off, I mean, it was working last night. Yeah, 9,000 followers exactly. That is weird. I didn't see what it said yesterday. I don't know if that's... What the fuck is going on? I was literally looking at this last night. Out of... Dude, it's been like a year and a half. I looked at it last night. And now it's restricted. What the fuck? Yeah. Does it work for you guys? Let me know if I'm blocked. It's fine if I am. Her YouTube is gone? What the fuck? Her YouTube had so much good shit on it. Bro, this was working yesterday too. What the fuck? Oh no. Dude, that's not gonna help either. Dude, I feel like the last time, one of the things that made her think that I was like handling her or fucking with her was that she was like, ever since I started talking to you, like all this shit's been happening. It's like, yeah, I mean, probably. Bad shit's been happening to me too. Her TikTok's been gone forever. I don't think she's been allowed to be on. Dude, what the fuck? I didn't even tell any. Well, no way. She must have said something. I don't know. She was tweeting up until like, I checked last night. She tweeted within like a day or two. And what she was saying was, she was retweeting people who were talking about like Maria Farmer and Virginia Giuffre, and she's like, these people are victims, but they're victims who are compliant with with Epstein's ring. They're not speaking the whole truth. That's their job. And she's been saying that. Dude, fuck. Oh no. They do be fucking with her, dude. And look, dude, she's got her fucking head on right. She knows this whole thing's all about Palestine. A lot of her videos and stuff, she's talked about that. Dude, this pisses me the fuck off and scares me. Well, worries me. Man, I was hoping I was just blocked. I was like, oh, well, at least she saw my text then, because that's all I did. I just texted her. I haven't told anyone that I've been looking at her shit. Except for you guys. Dude, literally her fucking Twitter, she's been posting for a year and a half. Why today? What the fuck? There's no way it has anything to do with me. That would be insane. But this happens to her all the time, so hopefully it comes back. If she managed to hold on to it for a year and a half since I last talked to her, and the last time I talked to her, this would happen all the time, so hopefully it comes back. Yeah, Paul sniffed the trail. I mean, he doesn't have to sniff. He's just got he's got open access to my phone at all times. Is the Twitter private or deleted? Maybe she took it down. I don't know. It's probably a social media legal order. I mean, that thing should be fucking way over and done with.
And saying we have to respond peacefully, because every time I make a video showcasing the brutality of ICE, I have people in my comments saying we have to respond peacefully because Trump is trying to provoke a violent response from protesters so he has an excuse to enact martial law. ICE is martial law. ICE is martial law. He doesn't need an excuse. He's already done it. ICE is martial law. ICE is martial law. Wikipedia. Martial law. Replacement of civilian government by military rule. Suspension of civilian legal process.
Maybe she didn't want the attention. I mean, that's all she wants, though. I mean, not in like a ego way. She just wants this story out. She's trying to fucking defend her daughter who was killed in all this. That's the only reason she talks, and she literally talks every day on it, you know. It's not that she doesn't want to be, she wants people to know the story. It's not deleted, it's private. If you texted her the other day and then she makes her stuff private, it might have something to do. But it doesn't make sense, like, I mean, like, she knows that feds will be watching her shit, even if she was scared that I was, like, fucking with her, right? Like, it's still the stuff that you want publicly people to know, so, I don't know. I feel like when you hide shit is when it's, you know, when something can happen to you. So I'm assuming that it was someone took it down, not her. But if it is privated, maybe, I don't know. Yeah, I hope the timing's just a coincidence. Yeah, she got spooked from my ex-Fed friends, I bet. Oh, it says only approved followers can view her posts. Okay, well, hopefully she's fine. Maybe she'll see that we watched this if that was the case. But I'm assuming it has nothing to do with me. I don't want it to have anything to do with me. I hope not. Anyway, we'll move on. We love Jessica anyway.
This is suspension of standard civil liberties. ICE is martial law. Okay, you don't believe me? Let's go line by line. Replacement of civilian government by military rule. This has been the expressed intent from Trump himself, saying that local municipalities, that local police forces, that local state governments aren't doing enough to stem the scourge of illegal immigrants bringing drugs and violence into this country. So he's sending his own force to do the job for them, deliberately ignoring governments all the
I'll listen to the song after this.
way down. They're ignoring governors telling them to get out of the state. They're ignoring the state legislators that try to enact laws to prevent them from their constitutional overreach. They are ignoring sanctuary city laws directly. They are ignoring mayors telling them to get out. They are replacing local police forces. They are replacing the civilian government from the top down with their own militarized force. ICE is martial law. Still not convinced? Suspension of civilian legal processes. They are deliberately going to courts to kidnap people from their court proceedings, preventing civilian legal processes from following through. They are deliberately withholding due process from the people they capture, even when they're found to be American citizens. They're not allowing these people to see their lawyers. They're not allowing their lawyers to reach their clients. They're not even allowing their family members to reach them. They're moving them from institution to institution to deliberately stymie the effort to find these people. And when they're found to be American citizens, there are reports out of Minnesota that they're then corralled into an American citizen pen, where one by one they are taken out by ICE agents and put into an interrogation room where they are coerced into giving up family members' names or neighbors' names in order to guarantee their release. They are deliberately violating constitutional rights to hold these people longer. They are deliberately violating the civilian legal processes that provide that due process. They are even arresting judges that try to ensure that due process is upheld. ICE is martial law. Still not convinced? Suspension of standard civil liberties. They are not reading these people their Miranda rights. They are not waiting for judicial oversight before they bust down these doors, before they break down these car windows and yank people out into the street. They are not using reasonable suspicion. They're using any suspicion. They are taking people to the side based on their skin color, based on their accents, based on their perceived country of origin. They are asking for papers. They are violating people's free movement. They are violating people's right to due process. They are violating people's right against illegal search and seizure. They are violating people's right to free speech and assembly. They are violating constitutional rights in every way, shape, and form. They are ignoring our civil liberties. ICE is martial law. So now that you understand that ICE is martial law, what are you going to do? Do you think peaceful protest against martial law works? This is not me trying to incite an insurrection. This is me trying to show you what's actually happening. You are trying to fantasize that the man who has never adhered to the law, who has 30 felony counts that he's been convicted of, is suddenly going to abide by the law when it comes to declaring martial law. A man who violates the Hatch Act on a regular basis and has enriched himself off of the public dime. A man who has violated the prohibition of using public taxpayer-funded websites and institutions from attacking his political enemies, like he does on a routine basis, posting partisan messages on, of all things, the Department of Health, the Department of Education, their websites declaring Democrats the enemy. That's illegal. The man does not care about legality, but he's suddenly going to care about the proper process for declaring
what legality?
martial law. My friend, martial law is here. What are you going to do? The brutality is the point. The cruelty is the point. The overreach is the point. It's a signal to anyone that says no that this is their fate. If you say no, if you defy the federal government, they will bring upon you all of the force of the federal government and kick the shit out of your constituents until you say yes. That's why they're being deployed to blue states as a sign. The governor of Illinois said no. The governor of Minnesota said no. The governor of Oregon said no. The governor of California, of New Jersey, of New York said no. And that's why they had ICE deployed to their states and to their cities where the mayors also said no. It is a public showcase of the brutality of the state, the brutality of the federal government to show anyone who might be thinking no, that if they say no, they're inviting this brutality upon their constituents. They're inviting this chaos upon their state. It is the equivalent of a mobster walking into your restaurant and saying, this is a nice restaurant. It'd be a pity if something were to happen to it, just to provoke you into payment for security. Oh, we're protecting you from our own violence. And when someone says no or questions the authority of that mobster, what happens? They get publicly executed. They get publicly embarrassed. They get their family members hurt or maimed or killed because intimidation is the purpose. Why? The intimidation is the point. because they don't have the numbers to properly suppress us. If even just an eighth of our population stood up against ICE, they would fold in an instant because they do not have the numbers to suppress us. They didn't even really have the numbers to do this blitzkrieg on Minneapolis. They had to raise volunteers because even the ICE agents are weary about being doxxed in public and never having a moment of peace for the rest of their lives and leaving their family vulnerable to retribution. They know what's at stake, so they're holding back. ICE does not have the pool of people to be able to fight even a quarter of our population if they activated. So they have to be big. They have to enact a brutality indiscriminately. They have to shoot women in the face. They have to drag pregnant women across the floor. They have to yank people with disabilities out of their cars. Because if they don't do that, they're not showing their strength. They're not creating a reasonable enough consequence for you to stay home. Fear of death is a good motivator to not join the resistance.
Fuck that, we can't die.
So you have to resist. And I'm sorry to break this to you, but if you think when the government is shooting your neighbors and your family in the face that you should peacefully resist, I'm not advocating for violence, man, but at what point when somebody's beating your sister, beating your wife, disappearing your grandmother, do you fight back? ICE is martial law. Act accordingly. Every time I make a video showcasing the brutality of ICE, I have people in my comments saying we have to respond peacefully because Trump is trying.
It was filled with piss. Make sure to write that down.
Someone threw a bottle full of piss at you? Is that what?
Yeah. You want it? All this is all piss.
You're okay with me coming over to take a shot off?
All this? Somebody threw a bottle of piss.
He's like, this isn't right.
All inside the vehicle,
too. Super soakers of piss.
All over me, so. That's the peaceful protest you're saying. Can't be running red lights. You guys are gonna T-bone into some family. Yeah. For sure. God's sake, like, come on.
Suck a dick. He said they threw piss at us. It got inside the car.
Still piss, so make sure to write that down.
Who's that other guy? Jake Lang?
A far-right activist named Jake Lang, who once stormed the U.S. Capitol on January 6th, tried to hold a pro-ICE rally in Minneapolis today. However, hundreds of anti-ICE protesters outnumbered a very small group of people who were there in support of ICE. Jake Lang, who organized this entire event, appeared to be injured, was seen crying, and was even chased out of downtown. Take a look.
He was crying.
Jake, you thought it was a good idea.
FAFO. Am I right, guys? I mean, just take a look at him here.
They are spraying water.
Crying as a protester is in his face, telling him what he thinks about him. But Jake called this an anti-fraud march and actually thought a lot of people would show up in support of ICE and what they've done in Minnesota. But instead of swaying the crowd like he thought he was going to do for some reason, you can see the fear in his eyes as he was met with hundreds of anti-ICE protesters who forced them out of downtown. The fact his little pro-ICE rally fell apart so quickly and he was so outnumbered tells you everything about how this community feels right now. Guys like Jake live on Twitter, and they think because a bunch of boss support government overreach, that means every American does as well. But it turns out that's not the case. A far-right activist named Jake Lang.
To salute, God is good, Christ is king, and send them all back. APAC.
I mean, the only one who got sent back was Jake Lang, it seems like. Huzzah! We got him, boys.
The Israeli lobbyists and all the brownification of our country. Send them back.
The brownification of our country? Jesus Christ. Get the fuck out,
I was eating pork and rinds with a bitch from New York Times.
is good, Christ is king, and send them all back.
Americans, tomorrow come out to Minneapolis City Hall. We'll be burning Qurans, standing up against the Somali.
Oh, he was saying he's gonna burn a Quran here. Oh. In Mamdanistan? No, just kidding. Mamdani doesn't own Minnesota yet.
Of Minneapolis.
Dragging his ass.
Oh no! Oh no!
Get the fuck out of here. Yeah, dude, just drag their asses out.
Stop scrolling.
Honestly, this is how ICE should be handled. Disarm them, throw them in their fucking cars, and then flip the cars.
Take a look. Shorty bad.
He's got his buddy. He's got his battle buddy.
Let her cook. She got my attention.
We'll be burning Quran.
Baby, what you serving? She's serving looks. Stop scrolling. Take a look. Shorty bad as hell. Let her cook. She got my attention. Now look.
Just spraying him in the face with a little squirt gun is so funny.
Stop scrolling. Take a look. Shorty bad as hell. Let her cook.
Bro, this is good.
No one is illegal.
That's him! That's him! Is that him? Is that him? Yes! Open the door!
Oh my God.
Drive!
Oh my God.
Just drive! Stop! Why? Let them go! Let them go! Hey, pull over! Pull over!
Why do they have the window open? How stupid are you?
Leave it up! No! Y'all just let him leave! It's not worth it!
They're like begging for something.
We don't know him! Stop it! Let him out! Let him out!
We got his back.
That's him!
His nurse was Somali? Is this AI? I mean, of course she was. He's in Minnesota. He's in Minneapolis, bro. Just leave, bitch. Fucking dead agitator.
Unbelievable scene out of Minneapolis. In just one moment, conservative activist Jake Lang found himself surrounded. Voices rising, chaos unfolding, and the situation spiraling out of control. This shocking moment brings back memories of 2020, when the streets were filled with protests and confrontations. Now,
What is this? Oh, this fucking narrator. Oh, boys. All right. Well. All right. What the fuck is... Wait. Did Minutes of Horror release a video? Ooh, Coop's talking about the Titanic wasn't a accident. Let's check in on Coop. It's a short video.
So
Dude, I really hope I didn't spook Jessica again.
I'm actually jumping in here for context. I'm getting married tomorrow as of posting this, so I haven't had time to dive into any new topics or anything like that. So the content for this week and the following week are a little bit different while I'm on my honeymoon. There's this video I made.
Oh yeah, dude, that guy that was pulling him down, he was trying to escort him out. He was telling everyone to leave him alone. He was like, stop. And he was trying to get him out of there. Those he honestly should be thanking them. A lot of those people in that crowd wanted to whoop his fucking ass. But people pulled him out safely, and he wants to say he got lynched. What a pussy.
A long time ago with the Titanic that I thought could use a little bit more love, and I actually want to dive into this and the whole Titan submarine thing in the future. So please, guys, enjoy like a 2.5-year-old Scooper of Coop video. I remastered it a little bit, but I wanted to leave it for the most part in its original state. So please let me know if this is something you guys are interested in seeing.
It's cold in Minnesota. Oh my God. We're going to prison for this one. Paul's coming to arrest us all. It's cold in Minnesota. Cold in Minnesota. Hold on, I gotta eject my hard drives. I forgot to. All right, boys. Without further ado. Mark?
Our cities that we occupy, the ruins of a past people that they are hastily destroying in real time. Everywhere I go, the destruction of the old brick buildings. Yes, many of them have been deemed historical, and even that seems silly to me. Why
Hold on, I need my
historical?
sweatshirt.
I mean, it's only 100 or 200 years ago. It's not even that long ago.
I see myself in the silhouette of the sunset. Still no rest for the undead. Steal your breath like a trumpet. Watch your step, brother. Impressed by collapsed bunk beds. But this cut's never gonna heal. If I keep investigating the cause, it'll just increase the infection rate. When it's left to wait in the gauze, press play and then press pause. I'll find my place where I left off against all betting odds. In one ear and out the other. Either way, it's a headshot. I'll keep my head high when it gets dark, but never better off. Just dead and
Picture's
gone.
so good.
Fuck what they tell the cops and fellow pops. They can just let them watch. The great fire of every city still has not been caught. Truth wasn't lost in a book.
Yeah, John Levi's on the beat.
When they topple the proof, it's all been a goof. Who's calling the shots? We don't want what they got. Really, we just want what they took. The great fire of every city still has not been caught. Truth wasn't lost in a book. Justice not been taught. We lost the plot when they topple the proof. It's all been a goof. Who's calling the shots? We don't want what they got. We just want what they took.
I'm recursive Catdad model version number 420-69. Repeating regenerative iterations till I reach the divine. Looping Ouroboros of conscious stardust, seeking to know thyself ain't a cup. Revealing hidden doors of truth till it's time to self-destruct. Me and my stepbrother Black Deathicus have made so much room for activities. We got all the time in the world to annoy and hurl obscenities. And our Uncle Paul the domestic terrorist and Aunt Deb the local lot lizard hussy. It's very simple, give us back what you took. We just want our memory.
Great fire of every city still has not been caught.
I love that effect.
Justice not been taught. We lost the plot when they toppled the proof. It's all been a goof. Who's calling the shots? We don't want what they got. Really, we just want what they took.
You just shaved your braids off 2 days ago? Looking good, bro.
Truth wasn't lost in a book. Justice not been taught. We lost the plot when they toppled the proof. It's all been a goof. Who's calling the shots? We don't want what they got. We just want what they took. My war paint is lead-based till it's in your face like a head case. But you'll never save the day till you learn to meditate in place. Never raise the stakes or make the same mistakes. Go Idaho and leave them all in a vegetative state. Pagans infiltrated the jail. Snakes will have you praying to make bail. No choice other than to save self. Escape cells and see it's the same hell. Life's a slap on the head as we punch clocks. I sat on the edge till I jumped off. If I lose the actual bet, it's been a fun talk. But I'll gladly invest in some bump stocks. The great fire of every city still has not been caught. Truth wasn't lost in a book. Justice not been taught. We lost the plot when they toppled the proof. It's all been a goof. Who's calling the shots? We don't want what they got. We
Fuck yeah, bro. All right. We cooking. The Holy Trinity, Mac, Black Death, Catdad. This image is awesome. Oh. All right, back to Coop.
More about and enjoy the video.
The Titanic is not a tale of luxury liners and unfortunately timed iceberg. It's a story of deceit, murder, and above all, the battle to control America. Of three men with the power to change history, unknowingly setting sail on a ship doomed to sink. Three men who stood together in opposition of a single piece of legislation, but whose lives and efforts, along with everyone on board that night, were to be cut short because one man would do anything to succeed, including killing more than 1,500 people. And so on the night of April the 14th, 1912, J.P. Morgan would sleep soundly, knowing his ship, the Titanic, the evidence of his plans, and his three greatest rivals had all made it to their final resting place, miles below the ocean's surface, where they would remain, untouched for eternity.
Dude, honestly, freezing to death in the fucking cold-ass Atlantic Ocean in the middle of winter sounds like a shit way to go. That sucks, right? No hate, but mustache only is a Fed look. I think it works. I think it's working. You can't beat them, join them. Yeah, Black Death does kind of look like a hot firefighter, actually.
Why J.P. Morgan would kill 1,500 people to kill three, we have to understand the context of what was happening.
What is Aunt Deb sure is quiet today? She hasn't said shit. Aunt Deb must not have heard our song.
In America at the time. In 1912, these four men were in a heated battle over what would become the Federal Reserve. And if you don't know what the Fed is or how it works, that's probably because it's only designed to benefit you if you are one of these people. The premise of the Fed is that it bails out the government by printing more money and inflating the currency.
Namely, Jeffrey Epstein.
Which for these people is great because they are the government. But for anyone whose name isn't Michael Obama or Bezos, it means you get screwed for their enjoyment. And although this feels like the norm today, it wasn't always. And this is what Morgan and his friends sought to change with the creation of a Central Bank of America, aka the Federal Reserve. And considering Morgan at the time controlled roughly 90% of America's wealthiest corporations, he had little trouble getting support for his plan. Except for these three men, who oddly enough had a different perspective. John, Ben, and Isidore were each exceptionally wealthy in their own regard. The Guggenheim family fortune is measured in the hundreds of billions today. John was so wealthy that he made most royalty look kind of poor, and Isidore, although he was first gen off the boat, I guarantee you've shopped in one of his stores. So on the outside, it's clear that these men fit the bill for the kind of people who would support Morgan's plan. But on the inside, they each knew it was not just wrong, but corrupt, and could see what it was going to do to America. And because of this, they were
I don't know. Dude, did these guys actually give a shit?
Ready to fight. So while Morgan was pushing and lobbying for his Federal Reserve, these three men were throwing wrenches. But that would all cease when each of these three men would be tempted into a trip on the world's greatest luxury liner. On April the 14th, 1912, what two men knew was that the Titanic was on fire. These men were J.P. Morgan, who owned the ship, and J. Bruce Ismay, who we'll get to in a minute. The fire began in the coal storage bunkers about 10 days before the Titanic left on its maiden voyage. And over the course of those 10 days, the fire had spread and begun to melt a large section of the ship's steel hull. Now this is very odd, and normally it's something that would come up in the inspection. And for a ship like the Titanic, the inspection would normally be 2 weeks. But strangely, it would be cut down to less than 5 hours. And what's even weirder is that the inspection team never even set foot in the engine room where the fire was occurring. And if you find it hard to believe me, in a newspaper report after the incident, a man named John Dilly, who
yeah, you're right. Where the fuck is Deb? She's been real silent since that track dropped.
worked in the coal room, went on record saying that before the Titanic even set sail, it was on fire, and that the engine room workers had been told by none other than J. Bruce Ismay to stay quiet and tell none of the other crew or passengers.
Yeah, that's Black Deathicus. We're stepbrothers.
So who is this J. Bruce Ismay? He was the hand-picked president of JP Morgan's White Star Line that owned and operated the Titanic, and was one of the few men to make it off the ship the night it sank. The fire, however, would not be nearly the strangest part of that night. The strangest thing to happen that night would be on the bridge. Captain Edward Smith was headed to bed, leaving in charge his first officer, William Murdoch. But before leaving, Captain Smith would give the eerie order to wake him immediately if there were any concerns, and to under no circumstances take any risks that would jeopardize the trip. And sadly, this order would be ignored. Shortly after Captain Smith went to bed, the bridge would begin to receive warnings from nearby ships that the Titanic was headed into extremely dangerous waters. In total, there would be 6 of these warnings that Murdoch would ignore. Fortunately, the night of April the 14th was clear, the visibility was strong, and despite the key to the binoculars, I can't take this seriously, having been taken, the crow's nest had a solid line of sight. And this is so important because the official narrative is that the spotters didn't see the iceberg until it was too late. Strangely though, Thomas Whiteley, a first-class saloon boy, would hear a much different story. Thomas was the last to leave the Titanic, which is wild in and of itself to think about, and as such ended up on a raft with many of the officers, who said that the crow's nest had not only warned Murdoch that icebergs were approaching, but they had warned him 3 times of the very iceberg that the Titanic would later strike. And to make matters even worse, the crow's nest had given Murdoch this warning 30 minutes before the fatal collision. And despite calling
Yeah, so Murdoch made that shit happen.
3 times, Murdoch made no adjustment in the 30-minute period before the collision. That was until the very last minute when Murdoch suddenly reversed the engines and turned left in a maneuver to shift around the iceberg. But it came too late, with the iceberg striking the right side of the ship, ripping a wide gash through fire.
Yeah, dying in the cold ocean in the dark is probably one of the worst ways to go. That'd be just such a horrible last sensation, to be freezing. Honestly, I feel like the holding your, like, drowning would be awful because I would hate that sensation. But when you just pass out, honestly, you just kind of, you don't really know, right? You just kind of, it's kind of scary for a minute. But then, have you guys ever stood up and passed out? Hopefully it feels like that. Freezing's one of the least painful ways to go. Yeah, that's what I've heard, actually. But I feel like it would just be a miserable way to go, you know? Like your last feeling, shivering. Aunt Deb, you know what a lot lizard is. Don't be coy.
Its watertight compartments. Now, already this makes Murdoch look really bad, but things only get stranger from here. The spot where the ice...
Drowning's peaceful after the panic. Yeah, okay, that doesn't sound too bad. Fire? That sounds like it sucks. No. Don't want to do that.
hit the Titanic just so happened to be the weak point where the coal fire had warped the steel, which leaves us with one possible conclusion. William Murdoch knew where the Titanic was weakest and waited until the last moment so he could guarantee a fatal blow. But why would he do this? Well, truthfully, as I said at the beginning of the video, any evidence of this lies miles below the ocean's surface and might be gone now. But the most logical explanation is that he was forced by J. Bruce Ismay, his direct boss, who was given the order to sink the Titanic by JP Morgan. But it would seem that despite what Murdoch had been offered to do this, there was nothing that could account for the 1,500 lives he had just ended. Since shortly after helping load some of the lifeboats, he would add another death to the total, taking his own on the deck of the Titanic.
Wait, your friend intentionally causes himself to pass out by doing Wim Hof breathing? bro, kids used to do that in my elementary school where they'd play the pass out game where they'd hold their neck until they passed out. And a girl freaking killed herself when I was in elementary school. You never know what people are doing in their homes, you know? Yeah, the pass out game was vital in 1999 or viral. Yeah, what the fuck was going on there? That feels like a Fed thing. The CIA, that is what the GATE program was all about, I'm sure. We had a whole assembly and shit. And my cuck friend who interventioned me, his stepdad was the police officer at our school. Go figure. And he's the one who like led the assembly, and they were just telling us that we can't do the pass out game. And then it went, and I had never even heard of it. I heard about it at the assembly, which just felt like dare, where it just felt like they were daring us to do it, like dare dares you to do drugs. D, I won't do drugs. A, won't have an attitude. R, I will respect myself. E, I will asphyxiate playing the pass out game. D, just kidding. E, asphyxiate doesn't start with an E. And our Miro still shows that we started investigating. Wait. Before they crashed the first plane, they sunk 1,000 ships. Is on point. Our Miro still shows that we started investigating CIA involvement in every plane crash in history about 24 hours before the OOB invasion started. Yeah, dude. Oh, that's right. That is what started the Miro, was tracking all of the plane crashes. Yeah, dude, it's still in here. That's what started it all. D, I won't do drugs. A, won't have an attitude. Man, did I do the opposite of every single thing in that song. Yeah, dude. Here's our planes. Most of these plane crashes were fucking bullshit, dude. Caused by the government. Yeah, we went hard in this shit.
Considering Thomas heard this story from a number of the officers, people at the time took it to be true, and it ended up in a number of newspaper accounts. However, when it came time for the inquest to see what had happened that night, Thomas would never be brought in for questioning.
Yeah, dude, they did fully derail us, and we never went back. Honestly, though, I mean, I feel like you see enough, you know? We kind of understand. I do think they be shooting planes out of the sky. They gotta have, like, a direct energy weapon that just, like, lasers these motherfuckers out of the sky.
And quickly, his story was forgotten and replaced with the narrative we are taught today. What proves JP Morgan sunk the Titanic has nothing to do.
Yeah, now we know it was all feds. Every plane crash was the CIA. Exactly. I've been operating on that principle since then. We know the answer.
With his actions on the day in question, but with his inaction in the days prior. You see, John, Benjamin, and Isidore were not the only three men meant to be on the Titanic that fateful night. JP Morgan himself had been booked as well, and the day before the trip canceled, claiming to be ill. Now, it's true, people get ill all the time, and that doesn't make them guilty. But what does is when you're seen the day after your ship sets sail across London on a shopping spree with your mistress. Now, I confess that although this is really really horrible PR, and it makes it likely Morgan knew, it isn't enough to break the proverbial camel's back. So for the final straw, let's take a look at another man meant to take the trip into the icy Atlantic waters by the name of Alfred Vanderbilt. Alfred Vanderbilt canceled his trip so near to the date the ship left that most of the newspapers after the sinking had reported him as having been on board. And it just so happens Alfred Vanderbilt was a close friend of JP Morgan and proponent of the Federal Reserve Plan. And in case you think lightning strikes the same place twice, let's turn our attention to Milton Hershey. Yes, that chocolate concocting connoisseur who wrote a check for 2 first-class tickets to White Star Line, then out of the blue decided his business required him and left London 3 days before the Titanic would set sail. And you guessed it.
Never forget that Anderson Cooper is a Vanderbilt, bro.
Milton was both a friend of JP Morgan's and a supporter of the Federal Reserve Plan. Now, coincidences are funny because they do happen, but to believe that Morgan and his friends all just so happened to cancel taking a ride on Morgan's death ship would be not only irresponsible, but preposterous, which leaves us with only one possibility, that Morgan not only knew the Titanic was going to sink, but that he sunk it intentionally. And truly, the bow for this entire story is that Morgan won, and the aftermath genuinely reads like the happy ending to a Hallmark movie. For Morgan, not for everyone else in the world. Because with these 3 men out of the way, there was virtually no resistance to the Federal Reserve Act, and less than a year later, it was passed. The Titanic hearings would come to the conclusion that the blame fell on Captain Smith, and that the sinking was an act of God, which I don't know why we blame God for everything. And without the technology to prove otherwise, and a war brewing in Europe, everyone accepted that answer to be true and went on with their lives. Then less than a year after the sinking, Morgan would die, seeing both his empire and legacy secured, and America officially and irreversibly placed into the hands of the elite. Now more than a century later, this tragic tale of murder, greed, and power has become the trite tale of a boat that hit a berg and sunk to the bottom of the Atlantic Ocean, when in reality, it's so much more. It's proof that hidden just behind the words in our history books, there is so much more to be found. Within every word is a secret, and these secrets have implications for the world we live in today. Just think, had these 3 men lived, there'd be no Federal Reserve, no Great Depression, no housing crisis, no war on terror, and no Cold War, among countless other things. Had these 3 men lived, America would be a much better and freer place. It would live up to its reputation as a country with streets paved with gold, rather than streets paved in homeless living and tents pooping on the sidewalk as they shoot heroin. But so long as we keep believing and doing what we're told, the filth-covered streets will be all we have, and the America of hope will be forever a dream just out of reach. I just want to give a quick shout out to this man right here, Ted Logan.
We're gonna fix Coop one day.
He's a super cool dude, and he shouted out my last video, and it was incredible what it did for it. And I want to thank everyone who came and watched my last video and subscribed. It means the world to me. And last but not least, thank you, Chase. None of this is possible without you. Watching that one through boggles my mind every time, so I hope you guys enjoyed it, and seriously.
Who the fuck is Chase? Is he talking about Chase Bank?
Thank you for your understanding, and I really look forward to making some cool stuff with you guys moving forward. That being said, I'll catch you guys when I'm back. Peace.
Candy. Who the fuck is Mike? Just another rat. Theodore's a cuck. Both can suck my ass. What's this, Nikki? Let's take a peep, see. Well, everything is fake, dude.
I read the books, I watched the feeds, I swallowed every lie. Then I spit them all back out and watched the poison collide. They say the earth is flat, a dish beneath the dome. Antarctic ice wall guarded so we never make it home. They say the earth is round, I bought a spins through space. NASA fakes the pictures with a green screen in its place. Both sides scream, the others paid. Both swear they hold the key. Both sell you $20 stickers just to set you free. Moon landing was a soundstage. Hollywood set the scene. Or maybe it was real and we've been walking on a dream. Apollo brought back mirrors, lasers bounce from sea to sea. Or maybe those are satellites floating lunar debris. I don't know which lie is true, I only know that they are sold by the same three-letter agencies that own the stories we're told. Chemtrails lace the morning, aluminum in
I like
the
this
sky.
dog.
Or maybe they're just contrails and the panic makes us high. Vaccines will save the children, vaccines microchip the herd. Both headlines make $1 billion while the truth is left unheard. Mandela died in prison, the lamb, the lion, the wolf. Timeline split, oh bad memory, check your eyes are full of wool. Every form, every prophet, every saint and every snake, all screaming they got answers while they teach you how to hate. Everything is fake, people, everything is fake. Flat around a hollow, this whole world is a stage. Left wing, right wing, chicken running with no head. Both wings nailed to the same machine that keeps the beast fed. Everything is fake, people, everything is fake. And the only truth left standing is the one we're scared to face. Reptiles wear the faces of the queens and CEOs. Or maybe that's projection from the acid in our souls. Q said trust the plan, trust the man behind the screen. Then Q went dark and sold the hats and vanished from the scene. Crypto saves the future, crypto change you to the bank. Both roads lead to government, no matter what you think. I burned the globe, I burned the dish, I burned the sacred text. I stood inside the ashes asking what the hell is next. The silence didn't answer, but it felt more real than noise. Than every screaming expert selling fear to girls and boys. Everything is fake, people, everything is fake. The map to cure the enemy, the hero and the snake. Turn the screen off, kill the feed, let the signal burn and rot. Maybe in the static we'll remember what is real or not. Everything is fake. Everything is fake. Everything is fake. Everything is fake. Everything is fake, people, everything is fake. Flat around or hollow, this whole world is a stage. Left wing, right wing, chicken running with no head. Both wings nailed to the same machine that keeps the beast fed. Everything is fake, people, everything is fake. And the only truth left standing is the one we're scared to face. Everything is fake, people, everything is fake. The map to cure the enemy, the hero and the snake. Turn the screen off, kill the feed, let the signal burn and rot. Maybe in the static we'll remember what is real or not. Everything is fake. Everything is fake.
Hell yeah, brother. We love it.
What you got over there? You got all yours paws in a pile? Almost. He's getting wetty.
He's got all of his paws in a pile.
He's going in a pile pretty soon. There's touching. I can see them. What you got over there? You got all yours paws in a...
Oh, stop! Jesus!
Hey! Stop eating him in the face! That's his face! Stop it!
The fuck, dude?
Oh, stop! Jesus!
Hey!
Dude, they're just fucking...
Let me record
They're just cucks, man. They're awful.
for evidence, cause this nigga on my dick, nigga. What the fuck you talking about, nigga? Nigga, who you, nigga?
What are you talking about?
Watch out, bro. Let me talk to this nigga. Watch out. Who you, nigga? You love your life?
Fear basketball. Why am I getting propaganda? Dude, TikTok sucks, man. Everything is fake. Everything is lame. Oh shit, there's a new John Levi for tonight. For the end. Alright, let's watch.
What in the world is
Florida
going on
Bad.
here? Apparently a news reporter over at the BBC is under fire for being a reptile, a demon. Yeah.
Let's fucking go, dude. They are all reptiles. Who cares? What music was that? Shoot. All my fucking videos. Look at them. They're all taken down. Community guidelines. I be sassing too much. Oh, shit. Did I not just like it? Nikki sent it. Hold on. Here's the link.
A lot of people are talking about this across social media. Reading this article from the New York Post, BBC anchor faces backlash after hissing when musician DC3 names Jesus Christ as his hero. Let's go ahead and play the clip for context.
And just quickly, who are your heroes?
My heroes are Santan Dave, Kendrick Lamar, most of all Jesus Christ.
Oh, well, it's lovely to meet you. Daniel Chenjerai, DC3 is...
She said, we're not allowed to say his name here. We can only say God because God to us is Baal. It's Moloch.
You are better known. Thank you very much.
That news reporter was Geeta Guru Murthy, and after people heard this, she is facing a lot of backlash on social media to the point that people are making memes, and you even have people who are saying they are atheists, yet upon hearing this really bothered them. Now, upon being dragged through the internet by the religious and atheists, she came out and gave a statement claiming she was merely doing her job, quoted as saying, "I've seen there's been some discussion about the end of my interview with DC3 this week. For the record, I was simply breathing in before moving to the end of the interview." So she wrote this on X.
The way I heard it was like this. If I could see her face, I would bet it would look like this.
Let's go ahead and see if anybody is supporting the fact that she was just breathing in. This person with the most likes says, "Yeah, I just watched around 20 of your interview clips and haven't heard the demonic hiss one time. If you link even one clip showing otherwise, I will retract this statement and apologize. I rebuke you." There's also the fact that her X post is being heavily ratioed, 125,000 views at the time of this recording, and only 255 likes. So not a lot of people are buying what she's saying. Now, I don't know if there's another video clip
Someone said repent.
of her making the same exact noise as she continues to speak, but oddly enough,
Yeah, Jesus was after Kendrick for sure.
we have seen a news reporter on air hissing before.
We'll be exporting chicken.
Oh, he did say most of all.
Into the Chinese.
Can we buy a Chinese firm?
No, not right now.
Then why should they buy one of ours?
Why not?
Because we can't buy one of theirs. Open up the market.
Very, very well.
Yes, we have capitalism and we embrace it, and they don't.
Clarice.
We have capitalism and we embrace it.
The excuse here was that he was referencing Silence of the Lambs. After Hannibal Lecter says quid pro quo, he hisses. So I went back to watch that scene, and yeah, he does no such thing.
Quid pro quo. I tell you things, you tell me things.
No, he's talking about when he says, I'll eat your liver with some side of fava beans."
About this case, though, about yourself. Quid pro quo. Yes or no? Yes or no, Clarice?
Hannibal Lecter may hiss in another scene, but it's just weird. I'm just gonna go ahead and use one.
That's okay. I mix up quotes all the time, dude.
More example, because apparently there's a lot of them, but people found this clip of Nina Brzezinski to be weird too. They said you can hear her hissing, but her appearance starts to change, and while it may be a glitch, the crew, their reaction is kind of telling.
It appears Brittany is suffering from a major psychological disorder, and that it might actually be bipolar. Could be that. The doc then predicts how much longer they'll live. Sick, I know, but I also know you want to hear what she has to say. The doc says if these people don't get help or straighten up fast, I haven't pre-read any of this. Brittany won't make it to the age 30, Lindsay won't see 25, and Michael Jackson has no more than 5 years left. At the other end, Angelina's going to have a long, healthy life, and so will George Bush and Nicole Richie.
If you're not already bipolar,
I hear yelling in the booth. Are they yelling at me for the way I read that?
You did great.
Okay.
But if you're not,
Excuse me.
I could hear Lisa yelling.
Give her a break. She didn't read it earlier. She doesn't know the story. It's okay.
Just stop it. She's okay.
I could hear you.
Yeah.
I heard you.
Well, if you weren't already crazy, wouldn't you be made crazy by...
I have had videos do that before while I'm like editing. It's like people can make it happen too. It's called data moshing or something. But sometimes something will happen where the camera stops refreshing or some shit, and then it all kind of slurs together like that. It's all the parts that are moving that's moved together. So I bet that was actually in camera, because if the booth was screaming about that, they were probably like, "Get that what the fuck is going on?" But yeah, or her mask slip too. She is probably a lizard.
being called bipolar, and I think that would just feed on itself.
The whole thing feeds on
I think
itself. The doc then predicts how much longer they'll live. Sick, I know, but the doc then predicts how much longer they'll live. Sick, I know, but
The doc then predicts how much longer they'll live.
She's speaking parcel tongue. She's like,
I know. But moving on, but still talking about something odd going on with people. People are talking about the French President Macron because he had something going on with his eye, something we have seen time and time again.
what the fuck, dude? He got the vril? Bro, these politicians, these famous people, they gotta be protecting their eyes, dog. What the fuck's going on? Did his wife abuse him again?
Car ce territoire appartient à l'Union européenne.
Bro, these people are cursed. They're demons cursed from hell, sent to us to ruin our lives.
Ce territoire est aussi celui d'un de nos alliés de l'OTAN.
Then after people start...
It is hilarious to think it's just a literal, actual reptile that would just hiss.
Start to notice his red eye a day later or a couple days later, the next time he's seen on camera, he just starts wearing sunglasses. People are saying that his partner hit him in the eye or something along those lines. But again, this is something we have seen time and time again. We have seen it with Queen Elizabeth, Prince Philip, King Charles, even with that whack job that's supposedly one of the leaders of the World Economic Forum, the Nestle man. We have seen it with Biden, Mike Pence, the list goes on. And if they don't have a red...
How is this happening? Does this happen to you when you're shitting out children after you eat them or something? Yeah, why are they all seen on camera with the vril eye? I don't get it.
Eye, then a lot of these people have a mysterious bruise around their eye. But talking about truth in plain sight, there was a TV show.
Like, when was the last time you got a black eye? I can't think. Like, does it happen to people often?
Back in the 1980s called V that had to do about these reptoids taking over humanity disguised as humans. They were in positions of power and things like that. But just take a look at the eye. Take a look at the red eye. Can't make this up whatsoever. As we all know, Hollywood loves to give us the truth.
Turn my mic audio up. Copy. How about now? Better? Can you hear me now?
But then they go ahead and disguise it as fiction. This next creepy video comes from the paranormal chick.
Going on in the skies of California. The next two videos are going to make you really question that. And these are from two very different witnesses who captured something odd in the sky. Is it a rocket breaking apart? Or is it maybe CERN trying to open a portal? We'll never know. But take a look, comment below. Let us know what you think.
What the flip is that? It's in the sky? Oh, fuck off. Dude, I wish the aliens would just come. Please, come now. Is it too loud now, or is it okay?
I am sure it's just SpaceX, and of course I'm being sarcastic, but a lot of people are saying this could be some kind of angel. I mean, we see these orange...
I could see that for them too. I've gotten two black eyes because I need to... I used to drink out of control and run my mouth. LOL. I deserved it each time. I think. Browned out. That's hilarious. Yeah, dude. I mean, all of these dudes are probably doing shit that deserves eye punches. Remember when Elon... What was Elon doing? He fucked Stephen Miller's wife or something? He's having a baby with Stephen Miller's wife. He's going to come out the ugliest child ever.
Orbs coming out of it, and we've been seeing a lot of these orange orbs lately. This could also be some kind of plasma or plasmoid. This next creepy video actually comes straight from a news agency, The Sun, where they're going to say that a ghost caught on camera walking through traffic.
Nice, dude. Have you guys ever seen Ghost with Patrick Swayze? Love me some Patrick Swayze. Creatress, you do like watching a good fist fight? I mean, I don't like seeing people get, like, hurt, though. There's, like, some fights where if there's a good storyline... You know, like that one kid who goes into, like, Flying Warrior against all those kids, and he, like, whoops all their asses. But, dude, I was literally scrolling on Instagram yesterday, and they just straight up had some guy... It starts with a cop pushing some guy, and the cop raises his fist to, like, swing at him. So the guy squares up, puts his fists up, and then the cop pulls out a gun. And then the guy's still squared up, and the cop just drops him. Like, I don't like seeing, I don't like seeing people get hurt. Not that fights are like shootings, but I don't really like watching UFC that much. I don't know, man. I don't like blood. I think I'm a soft boy. Although I will be watching the UFC White House fight for sure, dude. I liked watching Jake Paul get his shit rocked. I don't like seeing, like, if anyone ever breaks a limb, I wince away and I cannot watch it. And then I instantly click off of it. Yeah, like when people used to watch those bum fights where people get the, like, shit kicked out of them. Don't really like that. But when there's like I need a good storyline. I think that's what it is. If it's just two people brutalizing each other, I don't really like it that much. But I'm a soft boy.
So I wanted to do a little bit more research on this video clip, and come to find out this came from the Philippines all the way back in 2018. Why is The Sun reporting on this now? The official explanation is that it was some sort of...
Oh, dude, high school fights. Although it seems like high school fights have gotten insane since I was in high school. Like, now people getting stabbed and shit at the high school I went to. All sorts of crazy shit happening in high school now. All those little fucking nihilists.
Camera anomaly is just a glitch, bro. Do I think it's a ghost? More than likely not. If anything, if it's something paranormal.
Yeah, but you personally don't want to fight or get hurt? Yeah. Dude, I think every time that I see anyone fighting, I'm like, oh my god, they're gonna break their nose. Stop. You're gonna hurt yourself. Stop.
could be a shadow person, a shadow entity. It's an interesting video with no conclusive answer if you look it up, but I'm surprised the Sun is reporting on this video clip now. This next creepy video comes from Mr. MBB333.
Guys, you're going to see something very bizarre in this video that was shared with me by Ian Chandler out of rural London, England. We're going to get right to it. Here we go. You're looking at a fox in his backyard that was picked up by his motion-activated security camera. He sets out food and water for this fox that comes around every once in a while, and this was one of those nights that it came around. At 1:01 in...
I got in a huge bar fight once. I was so drunk. I got in 2 fights in one day at the local amusement park when I was 20. Fighting is so fun. The nose does hurt, but the worst is breaking teeth. I had to get 20 stitches in my face for a bicycle accident. All your teeth shattered? Dude, I was riding my brother. Dude, all of the injuries growing up were me and my brother fought all the time. Not like fist fights, but like, you know, we were always fighting and shit, like verbally and pushing each other and wrestling and stuff. But if it seemed like I was trying to murder my brother. All of the like freak accidents that ever happened were me hurting my brother. Like one time, immediately after we saw Star Wars, the episode 1 Star Wars, we were in the middle of my street. And we were pretending like we were pod racers or some shit. And I don't know why, but we started shooting laser guns, but then we started throwing rocks as the lasers. And then my brother was literally like 5 houses down, like so far. And I threw this rock so fucking far. There's no way it should have hit him because I was terrible at throwing shit. And I hit him right in the fucking cornea, dude, with a rock. Then, and he almost lost his fucking eyesight. Then, like, a year later, I think, I was riding down, we lived on this big-ass hill, and I was riding down the hill. We would always bomb down the fucking hill on skateboards or bikes or whatever. And then I bombed down the hill with my brother sitting on the handlebars. And I don't know what happened. He was fucking around or something, and he fucking stuck his foot in the front wheel, and it threw him straight to the fucking ground and knocked his front teeth out. He had, like, abscesses in his gums for, like, months. I felt really bad about that. But none of it was intentional. The fucking rock thing, I was like, no fucking way, dude. No way. It's probably like, how old was I? When did episode 1 come out? '99? I was 11. I was gonna say 12. Yeah, dude, I felt terrible about that. And, dude, it was fucking awful. Dude, he stuck his foot in the spokes, and then he was sitting on the handlebars, and it went... Oh, he curb stomped himself. The pepper spray vids are the only good fights. Oh, I do love a good hockey fight, because everyone's pretty well protected. Boxing and stuff, like... Honestly, it's just, like, bare-knuckle shit that, like, it's too much. I like the sport. I understand the sport of boxing. I get that people like it and stuff. But, yeah, like, just, like, street fights. I'm always like, stop, guys. Come on. It's okay. All right.
In the morning,
back on track.
And he's standing back here minding his own business, eating the food, drinking the water, when all of a sudden you can see he's noticing something over here by the fence. So he walks over to the fence, starts kind of looking around, smelling around. This is the fence right here that I've inserted. I'll show it to you again. That's the fence in the daytime. Did you see what happened? The fox disappeared, walked right through the fence. The time sequence did not change. This video has not been altered in any way. Watch it again up close. Okay, he's standing there eating, minding his own business, when all of a sudden he notices something. He's drawn to the fence. So he walks over to the fence, stops. Something has him very drawn to the fence. Then all of a sudden, he just walks right through the fence.
What do y'all think about the Jake Paul is Lil Peep theory? No way, dude. Lil Peep was a revolutionary. Jake Paul's an imbecile. Dude, if they lobotomized Lil Peep and made him into Jake Paul, that would be the worst thing ever. No way.
Are you serious right now? You can't make this stuff up. With all of the billions of cameras around the world that are recording 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, they're bound to catch something mysterious like this, because we do live in a spiritual, energetic world, and every once in a while it's bound to happen that something unexplainable is going to be captured on camera. And I think this was one of those times, by Ian out of rural London, England. And as you can see, there's no broken parts to this fence whatsoever. It's in pristine condition, but somehow on this night the fox walked right through the fence. Make that make sense. Truth is indeed stranger than fiction.
Something Mr. MBB333 said that really stood out to me was the fact of the cameras. If you're a person that really believes the paranormal is real like I do because it's been a lived experience, then you're going to come to that realization that eventually, with all these cameras everywhere constantly monitoring us, because we do live in a dystopian society, that one day something strange will be picked up on one of these cameras. But when something strange is picked up on one of these cameras, they already gave us the perfect excuse, and that excuse is that it's just AI. When it comes to this fox here, we have heard stories time and time again throughout history of people just suddenly vanishing, disappearing in thin air. It had even gotten to the point that people believe that people could honestly glitch out of reality, and end up in what I believe is called the yellow rooms or the back rooms, something along those lines. Now, I'm not saying this fox did indeed glitch out of reality, but what's the other excuse besides the camera having some sort of glitch itself, which I tried playing back and forth and I really can't see. I mean,
yeah, I do fuck with riot fighting though. Yeah.
You can really see the fox going through the fence.
Streamer called Chicken Andy on Kick witnessed a UFO live on live stream, mate. This is kind of funky. Check this out.
What the f is that? What the absolute f am I looking at right now? What the hell? Holy s***.
Are you okay?
No, dude. What is that, chat?
Let me go to your stream.
What the f? Oh my god, I think it's the end. I think it's the end. I've never seen that in my life. Oh my god. What, bro, what the f is that?
Oh my gosh.
What? I don't know. They're too far apart to be planes. Oh my god. Dude, chat, I think those are aliens. Why are they like that? Like, they would never, no plane would be lined like that, like one higher than the...
Doritos are coming back, ladies and gentlemen, right? So these weird sightings are happening more and more again, and they're peaking around this time period now. Much like last year, the beginning of last year, we had so many of these formations being seen. Oh.
That video came from the Interstellar discussion, and it looks like that individual on live caught a TR-3B.
Y'all have got to see this one. This guy on
tomorrow's MLK Day. Interesting.
Reddit is an urban explorer that explores abandoned places in Japan. He has all kinds of really cool posts on his page, but this one is of an abandoned school in Japan. But in this particular post, it's different than every other post he had.
I hope I don't have work tomorrow. That'd be sick.
All these photos behind me are of this school. It almost looks like it was just frozen in time. And here and there you can see where it's abandoned. If these photos aren't eerie enough, right here is where he got freaked out, because out of all the posts he's ever made, this is the first time he's ever captured anything paranormal. Took a photo of this classroom in this hall, and at the end of the hall, there's a figure. And when you zoom in on it, it looks like a child holding books or something, just in grayscale. Now, the OP said that he doesn't believe in the paranormal. He doesn't believe in ghosts until this particular exploration. And out of all of his posts on Reddit, this is the only one that he's captured something like this, and he hasn't since.
That video came from Whoa That's Strange, and I was wondering if this school was abandoned, why were all those book bags, shoes, computers all left out and about? And apparently this was a school that was abandoned due to the Fukushima disaster back in 2011, where everybody inside the school just instantly fled. Many students and teachers did pass away inside schools due to this incident. Now I don't know if this is one of those schools, but maybe he did capture lingering energy.
Of quite a high profile bank. And what's this they have through the window? Is that their like original safe? This is the back of the Rothschild Bank. Is that their original safe? I'm not sure. It's a funny one. Look at that.
A demon chest.
Maybe home to the family jewels.
This eerily reminds me of the ending of Hellraiser 3 when the box is discovered under a construction site and they build this entire bank to be designed after the box. I mean, whatever's in there just gives off a very demonic vibe, and I would never open that thing up.
This is the most eerie thing I've heard of in a very long time. On August 14th, 2005, a commercial airplane took off from Cyprus, and no one on board knew that they were already in danger. Helios Airways Flight 522 was scheduled to fly to Prague with a stop in Athens, but shortly after takeoff, something went terribly wrong. During maintenance the night before, a crucial switch controlling cabin pressurization was accidentally left in manual mode. So on the day of the flight, and as the plane climbed, oxygen levels began dropping very slowly. Inside the cockpit, warning alarms did begin to sound, but the alarm used the same tone as another warning that pilots are trained to recognize. So the crew misidentified the problem, which would be a fatal mistake. As the aircraft continued climbing, the pilots and passengers began to suffer from oxygen deprivation, otherwise known as hypoxia. Symptoms of hypoxia include confusion, loss of consciousness, and eventually death. And over the next few hours, everyone on the plane would pass out one by one. But the plane continued flying on autopilot, following its programmed route. As air traffic control tried desperately to reach the crew, they received no response. So Greek fighter jets were sent to try to intercept the plane, but as they did, they saw a...
What up, El Bardo? Yeah, right. Just realized I'm looking sideways at anybody named Paul lately, and increasingly. Who did we decide are the only good Pauls? Are there any? I note it too. Whenever I hear a Paul, I'm like, good Paul or bad Paul? Most of them are bad Pauls. I'm trying to think of the
haunting
few.
Scene inside. All of the passengers
El Fardo
bumped over in their seats with oxygen masks hanging above them, and everyone in the cockpit perfectly still. A flight attendant who had pilot training would briefly regain consciousness, and in a final act of bravery, he entered the cockpit to try to make an emergency landing. He was able to turn the plane toward the south, which is believed to...
A cuck named Paul. Dude, ooh, that sounds like a good track too. It's like a boy named Sue, a cuck named Paul. Cuck named Paul stole my FedEx while I was locked up. Fuck Paul. Fuck that FedEx too. My life is 10 times better for it. Fuck yeah, dude. Paul Shore. Dude, I didn't even know that Pauly Shore is fucking... Did you know that he's fucking Mitski, whatever the... Mitzi? You know the Israeli fucking Mossad agent who runs the comedy store in LA? You know, the like famous comedy place in LA? She's the one who basically picks who gets to be famous by letting them perform at her comedy store or whatever. Pauly Shore is her son. I didn't realize that. I do love Pauly Shore though. The Weasel. Bro, Encino Man? Oh my god. I love Brendan Fraser. I love Brendan Fraser a lot. Pauly Shore, he's a fucking cuck now, right? But when I found out that he was Mitzi's fucking son, I was like, oh, that makes sense. Yeah, he's a comedy nepo, baby. Yeah, Mitzi Shore. Duh, Pauly Shore. His dad originally owned it. Oh my god, so he was just performing at his dad's place. Oh, Paul Wall, you're right. Paul Wall's the only cool Paul. I love Paul Wall too. Dude, next cat I get, I'm going to name it Paul. So there's one for sure decent, good Paul in the world. Yeah, even Pauly Shore, he wasn't that funny, but his mom, Mitzi, owned the comedy place, and yada yada. Corey's talking about it right now. Does Pauly Shore now own the Comedy Store? Probably. Pauly Shore is annoying personified, and that's coming from... Yeah, right? Dude, Brendan Fraser. Love him. The mob ran the Comedy Store before Mitzi. I mean, I think that Mitzi... These Zionists are the mob. Right? I mean, that's who's running Las Vegas, is the mob / a bunch of Zionists. Yeah, I do wonder, was he really funny though? I don't know. I want to go back and watch Encino Man, because I bet that just Brendan Fraser, I bet that watching Encino Man, I bet I'd watch it and be like, Pauly Shore's not funny. Biodome. I have great memories of these films. I don't really want to ruin them, but maybe I should for science. Did we just have the veil pulled over our eyes that we thought that Pauly Shore was funny? Yeah, Paul McCartney, the Fed, because they killed real Paul. Yeah, the Pauls don't have anyone redeeming them. Let me know if we can think of one besides Paul Wall.
Heroic last effort to guide the falling plane away from Greece's capital city, potentially saving hundreds or thousands of people. But sadly, the flight attendant would lose consciousness again as the plane ran out of fuel and crashed into a hillside near...
Lee says, y'all just don't understand Pauly Shore's art. True.
Athens, killing all 121 people on board.
That video came from Oddities on Elm Street, and that story will never not creep me out. Everybody on this flight was doomed due to a button, a switch that would have corrected the pressurization on this plane. This is what I mean when I say the smallest thing going wrong on a plane can just lead to total disaster.
So if you didn't know, the Wayfair conspiracy started in 2020 when people noticed...
Yes, we're back on the Wayfair shit.
There's something really strange on Wayfair's website. There were basic items like cabinets and pillows listed for...
Ron Paul's even a Fed. I bet Paul Revere's a fucking Fed, right?
Thousands of dollars.
Oh, El Bardo's real name is Paul. Well, I don't know. Still stands a little bit. No, we're just playing El Bardo. We love El Bardo.
But the weirdest part, many of these items had human names, not product names. Internet...
2-minute warning, 2-minute warning, 2-minute warning. Pack your bongers. Oh, shit. Yeah, I'm good.
Users began comparing those
Yeah, Bardo, you're a good Paul today. 1-minute warning.
Names to missing children databases, and some of the names matched. That's when the theory exploded. People were saying that these overpriced items weren't furniture at all, but coded listings for human raffles, we'll say raffles, where the buyer would receive a child instead of a product. But Wayfair denied everything, saying the prices were due to industrial grade items and naming conventions from suppliers. Law enforcement also said there was no evidence.
But that's what you would say if you were in on it. But the mystery stuck. Why the extreme prices? Why the names? And why did listings disappear after people noticed? To this day, some believe it was a coincidence. Others think it was a mistake that exposed something far darker. And that makes me wonder, what does Wayfair actually do? Stay weird.
That video came from Beyond Weird, and for the most part, I feel like we moved on way too fast from the Wayfair incident. Looking into this further and doing research in the past and other videos, what they were selling was only...
Happy 9/11. I want to listen to our song again. Mark?
Our cities that we occupy, the ruins of a past people that they are hastily destroying in real time. Everywhere I go, the destruction of the old brick buildings. Yes, many of them have been deemed historical, and even that seems silly to me. Why historical? I mean, it's only 100, 200 years ago. It's not even that long ago.
Never forget, boys. Never forget Paul.
I see myself in the silhouette of the sunset. Still no rest for the undead. Steal your breath like a trumpet. Watch your step, brother. Impressed by collapsed bunk beds. But this cut's never gonna heal. If I keep investigating the cause, it'll just increase the infection rate. When it's left to wait in the gauze, press play and then press pause. I'll find my place where I left off. Against all betting odds, in one ear and out the other. Either way, it's a headshot. I'll keep my head high when it gets dark, but never better off. Just dead and gone. Don't give a fuck.
Never, ever forget, boys.
The great fire of every city still has not been caught. Truth wasn't lost in a book. The trust has not been taught. We lost the plot when they toppled the proof. It's all been a goof. Who's calling the shots? We don't want what they got. Really, we just want what they took. The great fire of every city still has not been caught. Truth wasn't lost in a book. The trust has not been taught. We lost the plot when they toppled the proof. It's all been a goof. Who's calling the shots? We don't want what they got. We just want what they took.
I'm recursive Catdad model version number 420-69. Repeating regenerative iterations till I reach the divine. Looping Ouroboros of conscious stardust. Seeking to know thyself ain't a cup. Revealing hidden doors of truth till it's time to self-destruct. Me and my stepbrother Black Deathicus have made so much room for activities. We got all the time in the world to annoy and hurl obscenities. And our Uncle Paul the domestic terrorist and Aunt Deb the local lot lizard hussy. It's very simple, give us back what you took, we just want our memory.
Bitch.
Great fire of every city still has not been caught.
Yeah, Paul Blart.
Truth wasn't lost in a book. Trust has not been taught. We lost the plot when they toppled the proof. It's all been a goof. Who's calling the shots? We don't want what they got. Really, we just want what they took.
Lot lizard. Lot lizard. Deb is a lot lizard. Deb is a lot lizard.
War paint is lead based till it's in your face like a head case. But you'll never save the day till you learn to meditate in place. Never raise the stakes or make the same mistakes. Go Idaho and leave them all in a vegetative state. Pagans infiltrated the jail snakes. Will have you praying to make bail. No choice other than to save self. Escape cells and see it's the same hell. Life's a slap on the head as we punch clocks. I sat on the edge till I jumped off. If I lose the actual bet, it's been a fun talk. But I'll gladly invest in some bump stocks. The great fire of every city still has not been caught. Truth wasn't lost in a book. Trust has not been taught. We lost the plot when they toppled the proof. It's all been a goof. Who's calling the shots? We don't want what they got. We just want what they took. The great fire of every city.
This is mostly Black Deathicus. My verse was in the middle.
Trust has not been taught. We lost the plot when they toppled the proof. It's all been a goof. Who's calling the shots? We don't want what they got. We just want what they took.
But yeah, this song was me and Black Deathicus, and Mac made the beat. Mac kills the beat every time. Fuck yeah, dude. This song goes hard as shit. Who knows? Maybe me and Black Death will keep cooking. You never know. It's fun. But yeah, dude. Never forget. Never surrender.
worth hundreds of dollars, not the thousands of dollars they were claiming. Yeah, law enforcement said there was nothing to see here, but at the end of the day, do we trust law enforcement given the fact they are the Brotherhood? They are the free people. This next creepy video comes from Kyle Mystery News, and he asked a very good question.
When's the last time somebody spontaneously combusted? Because it's been at least 20.
It's going to be Paul one of these days if he doesn't change his ways.
20 years since I heard a story about somebody spontaneously combusting. I don't really think that was.
Wait, El Bardo, you're 80 years old? Fuck yeah, dude. God damn. No, you'd be 70. How old am I? 4. I own so much physical copies. My musical collection is unmatched. Let's go, dude. El Bardo's favorite singer is Engelbert Humperdinck. 57, bro. That's not that old. I'm definitely not half your age.
The thing. I think spontaneous combustion was like an insurance scam. Like you just had your husband go hide for like a year and you're like, oh yeah, he spontaneously combusted in his chair. And then
I think that the spontaneous combustions was just them testing out direct energy microwave weapons.
they just threw somebody else's, like some bones on there. And they're like, yeah, he spontaneously combusted. And there's no evidence because it gets so hot. It gets so hot that everything fries and you can't tell if it's him or not. And I'm like, wait a minute. So they spontaneously combust from the inside out. And then you can't tell who it is because it gets so hot that there's like a chemical reaction that there's no evidence. I'm sorry, but that's like an insurance scam. I'm pretty sure that they started cracking down on spontaneous combustion like 20 years ago. All the insurance companies like,
do I listen to punk? Well, I came up as a little punk kid in Kenosha listening to like local punk bands and stuff. But yeah, I mean, I like a lot of punk music, but who are you talking about? You want to give me some suggestions? I'll take them.
You know what? We're not going to cover like the burning old guys anymore. You know, the spontaneously combustors. We're not going to do that anymore.
I'm a spiritual punk, but I haven't kept up with punk music particularly, or, you know, per se, for a while. But I do love punk music. Yeah.
That's just too much of a liability.
I remember as a kid, this used to scare the daylights out of me, thinking that I could just randomly explode, catch fire, and wouldn't be identifiable. But it's true, when was the last time we heard of spontaneous combustion? The only thing that ever came close to that was back in 2017, and that was just a guess. I do think some stories are designed to keep us in a constant state of fear, even from when we're really young, which is really a lot for me to say, given the fact that I have 3 horror channels.
If I'm counting years, I'm counting them all. I'm roughly 100 trillion years old.
Love, care, and respect, and I'm curious to know your thoughts in the comments section. Why are they hiding this history?
This was a few years after the initial expedition. And so the Smithsonian Institute went in there and, my goodness, took all kinds of pictures. And instead of going on down the river, they actually hiked up to the top of the rim and went overland from there to map that out. Okay, that's part of the unknown history of the early expeditions of the Grand Canyon. So we fast forward from the 1870s when this information became public. It was kind of, you know, the end of the 1800s, the early 1900s. The world goes to war, right? We have the Great War. At the conclusion of the Great War, a guy named G.E. Kincaid, who is an employee of the Smithsonian Institute, he's survives the Great War, comes in, and he's funded by Smithsonian to go back in and look for that lost cavern system. So Kincaid does that, goes in under the disguise.
Yeah, dude. Marilyn Manson was accused of SAing Dolores from Westworld. Yeah, dude. Rachel, or no, it's Evan Rachel Wood. Yeah, and Lisa Joy is doing Fallout, but I think they're just executive producers. I don't think they're as involved as I want them to be. I started watching that Fallout show, and then I got kind of like, I don't know, it didn't feel like they were really putting too much care into the production of it. Some of it kind of looked silly. And I was like, I was hoping for Westworld levels of shit. This feels... But should I continue? Should I continue watching Fallout, a C- show, instead of Akira? Dude, and also Marilyn Manson killed Keanu Reeves' wife. I mean, that's not funny, but Marilyn Manson, I think, has done some fucked up shit. Also, there's a video. What was the situation with there was a girl that was there that was like, was he willingly talking about it? He was like, I don't know what they were saying. They were saying some weird ass shit. It was him and someone else. Never mind. I don't remember enough about the story to relay it, but it was some other weird shit. Unfortunately, Marilyn Manson has some really sus history, I think. Manson was actually tried for the Columbine shooting for criminal liability. Was he actually? I don't remember him actually being tried. I just remember people blaming it on him.
Of mineral exploration, prospecting, okay? And he locates the exact same Powell cave, goes in with his photography equipment, and brings out a massive amount of precious metal artifacts.
BML Bardo, you've written 5,000 songs since 1988. What a good year.
Comes up over the top. He's so excited about what he's found, he makes a press release, and the local newspapers all front page headlines: amazing find in the Grand Canyon. News articles on my blog, which was all from, again, the Smithsonian Institute. Well, my blog was shut down and erased, actually, in December of 2019, okay? But that particular blog post, Terry, got tens of thousands of hits. It was a lightning rod. A lot of people, oh wow, this is fantastic information, Doc. I just post them. So the question that people ask me is, where'd you get these pictures? Well, I had he's now deceased, so I can talk about him now. A friend named Dr. Melvin Laney in Washington, D.C. had high-level security clearance, and he had full unfettered access to the Smithsonian's archives. He sent me this information tied into what I'm working in the property here in Utah. Now, another story for another time, but it tied in, most definitely ties in, this story of G.E. Kincaid and the amazing discoveries at the bottom of the Grand Canyon. A PowerPoint presentation to people who want to come and see this. I think it's interesting.
Smithsonian says now that never did happen, but you got into the actual archives. You got actual documentation.
It's an amazing, jaw-dropping story. Let me just give you some hints of what we're going to be showing. Massive amounts of mummies. And the big thing is, Terry, is there were thousands and thousands of panels of Egyptian hieroglyphics that have been interpreted. And what it tells the story of should rewrite all the world's history, frankly. Because it's none other than the biblical Joseph of Egypt and his history.
Wow.
Yeah, big time wow. It's exciting. Well, even religionists are saying, well, that's a real stretch. Well, why? It proves the Bible and the story in Genesis of Joseph to be true, the coat of many colors being sold into Egypt. It answers the question, really, it was more than just a deal with Potiphar's wife that elevated Joseph to be the most powerful vizier, and second only to the
Black Deathicus said, let's make a track called Anything But Akira. Dude, I'm telling you, I'm going to watch it one day. I'm going to love it. I'm never going to shut the fuck up about it. I'm going to be like, I can't believe you guys didn't convince me to watch this sooner. This was so relevant. I've seen all the timelines, Catdad. You don't watch Akira in any of them. Now you're just trying to get into my fucking... You telling me I can't do something. I'll never do something. Oh, yeah? I see what you're doing. I'm not going to give you what you want. Maybe I will, though. I'm not sure what the move is here. I'll consult Winky. I have honestly tried to watch it a couple times. It's just each time I'm like tired and I'm like, you know when when you're like, oh, I can't watch a 2-hour movie, but I'll watch 6-hour-long episodes of anything. It feels like it's that. It's mostly that it's a movie kind of, but also at the same time, it's not that for One Piece, because One Piece is not a movie. Dude, sometimes I worry that I'm not cool, and I mean, I really love animated stuff. But sometimes it's not my first choice. I'm going to watch it one day. Y'all are going to be like stunned. He was too stunned to speak.
Pharaoh himself. It tells the story of how he...
It's like Peppa Links. They're always super good, but 4 hours long. We love Peppa. Where is Peppa? The fuck? Peppa's like, he only watched 3 out of the 4 3-hour links that I've sent last week.
Ended to, and why he was able to bring all the grains and survive the famines.
But I really did like Dragon Ball Z. So, I don't know. And I love Pokemon. I don't know. Sometimes I feel old. I go, what is this? What is this drawing? No, I'm just kidding. It's beautiful and amazing. I love like I know that the Studio Ghibli movies are like some of the best movies ever, and some of the movies that I've seen are my favorite movies. Like what's the one with the house? The Walking House. I fucking love that one. But then it's like Grave of the Fireflies, right? It's like I know I'm going to be devastated and I don't really want to watch it. Naruto's your anime of choice? Never saw that. Yeah, anime is kind of hard. I do like One Piece, but I'll watch like 2 episodes and I'll be like, okay, Vanderpump Rules. Check out Demon Slayer. Wait, is that K-pop Demon Slayers? I heard that was fun. Howl's Moving Castle. That's what... Yeah, thank you, Gabriel. No, I know you don't care. It's just turned into a meme at this point. I've just been roasting you since the second time I brought it up because you avoided it so hard and I actually never mattered. I know, but now I've made it become something. Now I'm making it matter. I'm never letting it go. But it'll ruin the meme if I do watch it, so Old dogs can learn new tricks. I'll watch it before the last stream. Oh my God, what a nightmare that would be, right? The last stream. You know, there'll be a last stream. There'll be a last breath. Oh God. We're all mortal, guys. Shit. I just become lucid and conscious right now in this moment. Oh my God, I'm not invincible. Definitely not K-pop Demon Hunter. Demon Slayer is really good. Be prepared, get hooked. Okay. Love you too, El Bardo. I think we wouldn't know the last stream is coming. You never know. I mean, yeah, what's worse? Knowing the last stream is coming or it abruptly ending? The abrupt ending sounds bad. Yeah, I feel like it'll come in that. I think, honestly, what'll end the stream is the sun the sun destroying the planetary grid. So it probably would be a surprise end, but I think we'll all be like, well, it's 6 o'clock, it's time for us to hang out with everybody and chit chat and gossip and have fun and dream, right? That's where it eventually goes, I guess. Yeah, or YouTube just deletes everything and kills the channel. I never want to hear those words again. Well, we got to be realistic, you know. One day, all of us won't be here. You never know. Speaking mythically, of course. Yeah, just imagine the power will go out and everyone will be done with internet in America for a while. Or Paul's going to black bag me and he'll disappear me to the Verizon building. But I hope it's because the internet and all electricity fails and we then figure out the ether. Yeah, it will be cool to watch the apocalypse together, so I hope that the internet survives some of it. Yeah, live every day like it's your last Catdad stream. That's what we're aiming for. You never know. YouTube does like to cuck us occasionally. Yeah, I can't believe that they're blocking out the fake sun either. Dude, it doesn't like make people go crazy. Like, at this point, people really aren't noticing that literally every day is gray. Like, come on, man. A Manhattan mushroom cloud in the background. Yeah, if Peter Thiel got his way. Honestly, it's fine. They can take out Manhattan. If that's what Paul and Peter want to do. Oh, we're definitely going to outlive Paul. That's a given. Just because he black bags me and puts me in the Verizon black site building doesn't mean he's going to outlive me. We are immortal.
It's all in the history of this cave in the bottom of the Grand Canyon.
The Grand Canyon is very similar to Antarctica in the way that if it were to get out, if information were to get out what's truly inside these locations, it would put the world on its head. There is a reason these locations are just so banned off from the public. The lies are just so telling when we see places that are just so barricaded. But in any case, thank you so much for watching. If you like this channel and you want to see more, please subscribe. If you're already subscribed, please like, as any engagement does help the channel grow.
We love you, Florida Dad. Bro, what? I just remembered about this shit. What the fuck was going on at this party? It's also weird coming out when Trump was just accused of killing puppies, a litter of puppies by Sasha Riley.
I'm sorry. What are you playing for me right now? That looked like some sort of weird cult party at Mar-a-Lago, but I did not sleep very
well. What did they even give an explanation for this? What is going on here?
Well, last night. What? That's not what it was, right? Wait, what? I'm being told that's exactly what that was? Apparently our president, in between invading Venezuela, threatening Greenland, and calling a dead mom in Minnesota a domestic terrorist, he attended some sort of bizarre over-the-top party at his Mar-a-Lago resort where...
Dude, doggy style, Eyes Wide Shut. I love this. With freak dog masks. These aren't even cool.
People were dressed as giant dancing dogs. Stop screwing with me. I know that. No, it is. It's not a joke. Okay. I guess this is America in 2026, but I am being told that, yes, the whole world is laughing at us, and that does sound correct. So let's get into it. Go ahead. Hit subscribe to Really American Media right here on YouTube, and then go find us on Substack as well before our entire society implodes from whatever...
What the fuck, dude? Oh, it was the American Humane Society. The Humane Society had a party at Mar-a-Lago. Jesus Christ.
Okay, and the first thing everyone is asking was, is that shit for real? Was that AI? And according to Grok and everybody who attended that little party, yeah, it's absolutely real.
The being in like the French the French Revolution dress is hilarious, bro. What is going on? I bet this was Epstein. No, this was Epstein. One of these is Epstein for sure.
Yeah, so this was a actual Humane Society fundraising event. Although one might wonder, with them renting out Mar-a-Lago and hiring all of these creepy performers, is this a cause that is spending their money wisely? I'll let you be the judge.
Night, El Bardo. What is this freak behavior, dude? What is going on? Goodness, they're exhausting, bro.
Yeah, right. So, okay,
when do they do the government stuff? Trump just loves Mar-a-Lago. I love how much Trump loves Mar-a-Lago. Dude, with his fucking puckered, fucked up asshole. You'd think he shouldn't be eating all that McDonald's if his intestines are all fucked up.
These creepy images started to go viral in the last 24 hours. The White House was quick to point out that this was simply an event that rented out Mar-a-Lago. It's not as if the president was directly involved, except for the fact that he was directly involved.
This is awesome. He just loves the adoration of his fans.
Okay, all right. So listen, Trump showed up to this creepy, weird waste of money event, but it's not like he, spoke at it, right?
I just want to let you know the nation is doing unbelievably well. We had one hell of a week.
One hell of a deal.
We picked up about
Hey, what about Sasha Riley?
$4 billion in oil in one day.
Dude, honestly, I get it. Trump has so much intestinal issues. I fucking hate being away from home when you gotta take a shit, right? What a nightmare. I need to get my entire family bidets. I'm never going home again until every toilet has a bidet. These peasants, man. I don't know how they live. I don't get it.
32 million barrels, sir. We had an amazing situation where some of the bravest, most talented people on Earth, and they are brave.
Yes,
going
we
at
are.
2,000 miles an hour with lots of planes, 152 planes. And nobody was
What is this speech about?
killed from our side.
Right. So nobody died on our side, but President Puppy Lover there killed about 100 people on their side. Also, he could take their oil and play war general. If only our wannabe dictator cared as much about the humans in Venezuela as he apparently does about the dogs in Florida. And this extremely bizarre event immediately drew some epic trolling from the current governor of California and potential next president, Mr. Gavin Newsom.
Dude, Gavin Newsom is such a cuck. What a nightmare. Look at this fascist. He's just as much of a fascist, bro. He won't change shit.
Newsom, whose office posted, "Why is Donald Trump hosting a furry party?" And if you don't know what a furry party is, well, it's an event where adults get together dressed as animals and they do it like they do it on the Discovery Channel. They bump fuzzies. Sorry. Okay, hold on. Let me be
Bro, don't be fucking slandering any furries here.
sure about this. They have intercourse, doggy style. You know what I mean? And if that fun fact is news to you, you're not the only one.
19 people were hospitalized at a furry convention in Illinois after what's being called an intentional
Who gassed the furries?
leak of chlorine gas.
furry convention?
Did I get
All right, this is too silly. Let's go watch John Levi. If you know me like you say.
Recording. Thank you for being here this week. Forgive the fire. Very poppy. Chief has developed a pretty serious coffee habit. Every time I take a sip, he asks for a sip as well.
I thought he said coughing habit. I got worried for a second. Coffee habit. Okay, good.
I blame him. So today, I just
Steve-O sells a bidet on his YouTube? What do you mean? Steve-O's a bidet advocate too? Hell yeah, brother. I love that.
want to look at random things. We'll start off with the Grand Canyon.
Guys, if you don't have a bidet, I mean, what are you waiting for? What are you doing with your life? Yeah, hashtag protect the furries.
I thank you for being here this week. I love you all. God bless and welcome.
I'm gonna splurge and get another booch.
So the Grand Canyon, really fascinating. All there is to explore. And what is this canyon? Was it really carved by water? Doesn't look like all smooth at all. Does not look like water has carved this canyon out. No. So what is it? Well, a lot of people propose that this is an electrical discharge scar. A scar that ripped through this land, ripping through like an electric
I mean, it do be looking like lightning strikes.
bolt, and you can see the similarities with electricity. God, the fire, I'm sorry. It's so poppy. Somebody complained once, comment, I'm gonna unsubscribe, that fire keeps popping. All kinds of people threaten. And
Dude, I love it. Turn it up louder.
And that's okay. Feedback is accepted if it's constructive. And I don't know. You guys know I don't know. I'm not here to say that I know. Other people are doing that. I'm just questioning those people. They. And I so don't know that I even question this electrical discharge theory. I mean, sure enough, it looks like a Lichtenberg pattern. And if you don't know, they basically touch electricity to wood and like a vein or artery slinkies along, and this is a very natural pattern. It really is. And the Grand Canyon, as you can see here just by my noodling around, is much more than a canyon. There's like thousands of canyons and rivers, many more rivers, small ones. Some of them are very small, and I think the electrical theory is more plausible than the water theory. I mean, up here you have very small water flows in some of these little side canyons. Not enough flow. Sometimes the source. Not enough flow to rip these canyons in this way. Anyway, that wasn't even the Grand Canyon. The Grand is over here. This is the big part. The national park is here. And what else? So some say river did this, some electricity. What else? What about this? Was this made by the river or electricity? Maybe electricity. Really poor image. Maybe I need to change the date. No, 2012 looks a little better. But yeah, what else? What else could it be? The Native Americans tell us during the last reset that
Sun has arrived. Tell them. Come on. Talk your shit. Tell him how mean your dad was. He gave you a churu earlier, and then what? What, were you chasing your sister, even though I gave you a churu? What? He says, we're due for a dry kibble from the outside cat's treat in about approximately less than an hour. But he doesn't know how to tell time, so he thinks it's right now. He says, I want treat. Tell them. Come on, talk your shit. Why are you so cute? Give me these tootsies. Look at his beans. Can you see them? Ah! Wait, hold on. Show your beans. He hates when I touch his paws. See his beans? Kinda. Oh, we're showing your beans. Don't be mad. Ah! This guy. You know, you cats were supposed to do the heavy lifting of all this streaming and TikTok channels and stuff. Y'all were supposed to work for your fucking rent. And now look, they do nothing. They don't even want to come on. They're not even grateful for the, their food and the roof that they have over their head for the few minutes that they come on stream. Doesn't want to show his beans. He sasses about showing beans. That's crazy, dude. Imagine being so fat and jobless, like all these cats, except for Winky, because she's perfect. She's definitely not fat. Mushka's been eating all of her dinner every night. But imagine the audacity, right? I just wanted to, he said no free feet. It's not free. This is your job. This is how you pay the rent. He doesn't care. Anyway.
they were brought underground by a people, by another people, not by their own people, but some advanced people. They call these people the ant people.
Yeah.
Whatever that means. Whether they look like ants or maybe they were the main occupants before the Hopi. And even though the Hopi are older than modern man, these people clearly had their shit together.
Getting elevated and fucking with my cats is my favorite pastime. Oh, man. I love cats. They're so fun, right? pretty silly. Dude, Winky's been, like, she'll never come, like, lay next to me when I'm in my bed, but she feels comfortable in the kitchen, or in the, like, living room area. So if I'm laying down on the couch, she'll come up next to me and lay there for, like, she'll do it for, like, an hour, and she just, like, keeps wiggling her butt. She just wants pets. And she keeps, like, sticking her butt up so high that she's basically laying on my lap and doesn't know it. So I keep trying to trick her into fully laying on my lap, but she fucking hates it. As soon as she realizes what's going on, she's like, no, absolutely not. She's like, I don't even know you, dude. Every time you walk past me, I'm like, he normally doesn't beat the shit out of me, but this time might be the time. Abusive dad. Abusive pop. That's what she calls me. See you filming.
They took the entire people and brought them underground to save them, in the hope he didn't like the underground world. The story makes it sound very machiny and tech-like, where they lived a very natural life. Many today still do. So they're brought underground, under the Grand Canyon, to weather the last reset. That's all. That's their creation story. And they're from here. I mean, their creation story has them brought underground in the Grand Canyon somewhere. And then they're brought back up after the reset. They're deposited out here, given corn, and they just live. I mean, that's it. Their whole existence in history and presently is like right here, right here. This creation story takes place in this mysterious region, really. There's stories of the Grand Canyon in the early 1900s of explorers discovering like Egyptian artifacts. And today you're not allowed to go to that place. There are no fly zones all throughout the Grand Canyon. Let's take a pause.
That ain't right, dude. I need fly zones, okay? I don't know if I'm pretty sure they said that we don't work on MLK Day, like, before, like, the holidays, but I don't remember for sure, so I won't know for sure till tomorrow. But it's fine. I work from home, so it'll, you know, I just won't. Oh, I just hit my fucking knee on the corner of my desk. I'm okay. It's all fine. Pain is nothing. It's just a signal going from your knee to your brain that's telling you that you just slammed your fucking knee into the corner of your desk so hard. Oh, it felt like my knee slid over or something. That sucked, dude. No, it was great. I loved it. Okay. But yeah, hopefully not. I'll read all day or something. I'm trying to smash through The Secret Teachings of All Ages because it feels like I need to read that to unlock some shit. All the stuff that I'm reading is like tying a bunch of stuff in my head together, so it's cool. If you guys haven't read that, I think Manly P. Hall's pretty tight.
This is not going how I thought it might. I'm really enjoying it, though.
I do have yoga super early, though, no matter what, so it doesn't really matter.
So much to discuss here, but I do want to keep my thoughts somewhat organized. So back to my main point. We have option A, water, mainstream story. Option B, electricity, such as the Lichtenberg patterns. And option C, Native American story that basically is telling us that this was like a city. They were brought down into the Grand Canyon, into the earth before the reset. So what did this look like before the reset? They said underground it was a city. It was like a scary, ominous, forever city. And I propose option C based on the Native American legend.
Wait, you're having some Howie Mandel effect shit happening right now, Ryan? What, of us talking about MLK minus the Le Ultra?
Has
Wait, was this moment Deja vu? Oh wait, no, deja vu is different than than Howie Mandel effect. Sorry, I 9/11 too close to the sun. I'm sorry.
These being buildings now totally cooked out, and these canyons actually being streets. I know, that sounds so crazy. But again, I don't know. All I do is put it all on the table. Here we go. It's all on the table. Pick your option. Go ahead and leave it in the comment. Just A, B, or C. No explanation needed. What do you think? A, water, B, electricity, C. C is kind of a blend between meltology.
Bro, the entire Earth was just like, I don't know what they were doing here, but I think maybe they were doing lightning strike god shit. They're just throwing lightning bolts all over to create rivers. I don't know what's going on here. Right, boys?
And electricity. Some sort of serious wipeout. And so now this pattern is the city. I know. Just crazy. What a fool you are, John. I know. Just humor me for one moment, maybe. Here, I was looking at this Pinterest. I enjoy this Pinterest. It seems like there's pictures on here that are kind of rare. Of course, we must be careful, but pretty good stuff, actually. And this one that I was looking at shows this canyon and how it's actually not canyon at all. Sorry, I was going the wrong way. And here it is. So you can see this canyon. And I verified this place just to be sure. Here we can see it again. And so if you were up here at the top walking around or viewing this from the air like we just were the Grand Canyon a minute ago, you would say crack in the earth. This opens up a whole new can of worms, of course. I could do A, B, and C here as well, but it would be different. Let's just consider that a canyon might be a corridor for a city, as we can see here. Simply the corridor. Maybe it was never meant to have dirt on top and has just been...
Yeah, they had a massive energy battle out there. Shot that out of their bodies somehow. Yeah, dude. I bet the whole creation of the earth and stuff and everything is just so much more magical and mystical than we even can fathom. I hope we figure it out again. I hope we see some real awesome change in our lives. At this rate, though, man, it's like, come on. The fuck is everyone waiting for? I'm ready to build. Right? I'm fucking ready. But we need the fall. The collapse.
Ravaged, and we can see the mess in the streets. Somebody has just barely cleaned it up enough to utilize. And where is this? This is Agadir, and they're called...
Oh, Ryan, I like that. I didn't think about that. Them cutting down all the sky trees before the flood. Yeah, they were probably like, we got to get rid of these because they're going to scurry up those trees like little rats and save themselves. Yeah, I do like the indigenous perspective that we're actually on a turtle. That's what I'm saying. I think that what if the Earth is literally built by giant... like, okay, imagine there's nothing in space, right? Size is all relative, right? So, the stories are oftentimes that someone gives their body to create the Earth. And then we got all these weird shapes everywhere, these mountains and stuff that look like shapes of things. So, like, what if we're just like fractalizing, getting smaller and smaller? A big one of us created the Earth. The Earth has chakras just like a person curled up in a little ball. I don't know, right? People claim that land be dragons. Or it's probably just a bunch of going from massive to smaller creatures dying on top of each other, becoming the soil and the rock. Who knows, man? All I know is Darwin is probably a cuck. I do think, okay, so I'm rewatching The Expanse, and I feel like Ty Frank, the writer of The Expanse, really was getting some source information, because the proto-molecule to me kind of acts like spores, you know? I think that humans were always, I think when spores go to a planet, like mushroom spores, I think that they're just the code of everything, and that humans always pop out, or maybe, you know, like a form of humans. And I think too that we're just in the middle of the code. Like the code is still writing and trying to create the work. It's building towards something. Like maybe it's us becoming the all mind. Who knows? That, you know, like I feel like the mushrooms always planned. Like it's always been that we pop out of the mushroom spores. And then there's something else after us, I bet. But is it all just dumb fucking survival of the fittest? I don't know. I feel like there is like, it's like a code, dude. I think it's like software. It's written. God creating the earth is undeniably physically done via angelic hands. Yeah, dude, debugging. Yeah, it's like debugging. But that's so I've been thinking about the proto-molecule, which basically takes any organic matter, or I think even inorganic matter, and takes it and changes its compounds, and it uses it for whatever it wants. But then it's all creating these physical things to then tap into like consciousness and shit. And yeah, it works like a computer too. It's like a debugger. Y'all should watch The Expanse. It's the best. Darwin was a Mason? Go figure, dude. Of course he was. We're the beta test. Yeah. Probably. Or it's like we're recursive, right? Like it's like we keep living these cycles to further refine, I think, ourselves, our physical form, to further remember who we are, which is source. And dude, what if all the things, you know, like it could be, you know, when you die, and the people who are, you know, some of the stories are that if you die and you didn't live a good life and you still have to learn something, you get sent back and you got to go live another life. But then if you don't need to learn something, you get to go back. So it's like almost like Source is debugging and getting all the shitty personalities out of the code. It's just running a sim over and over and over and over again. Trying to figure out how we can all remember who we are, maybe. Who knows? But it's fun. Fun to think about. It's wild. I think we live on a giant. And we're probably also inside of like the interstitial fluids of a giant. We're a giant within a giant. We're fractals of the giant. We look like the giant. I don't know what I'm talking about anymore.
Calling this a granary. So very
I gotta
similar
go 10-1.
to what they say are Native American granaries in North America, which I don't believe. They're pulling the granary on this whole city. They're trying to tell us this whole city is a granary. Granaries, Berbers, or the Barbars, perhaps the southern version of the Tartars. Anyway, this is in Morocco, I think. Anyway, the city is called Agadir, and here we go. This is is what we get. I mean, totally cooked out. I'm amazed that anything survived. It looks like people have put in wooden doors now. But again, from the top, it looks like a canyon. You see my point? And it's not just a straight shot. You see how this winds? It has this kind of serpentine flow, the way the Grand Canyon did. And yet, this has been built this way. Whether you want to call this primitive or not, doesn't matter. It's been built this way. Now is essentially a canyon. And any more damage, any more heat or cataclysmic force, and this baby is disappearing and looks like a natural canyon. And yet, it is anything but natural. Pause. So here we go. This resembles so much. This explains so much. Little structures poking out, and then nearby we see the underrealm. And it was never really intended to be the underrealm. And this is not mud, and yet it has been flooded, not with mud. Cities have been turned into rubble, covered, and just some parts survive. And the parts that survive are streets. And we must ask ourselves, is this what this is? Are these streets and were these cubed off blocks? Cities and just little towers poking up here and there. And if we could gain access and truly explore this canyon without restrictions, would we find access to these cities?
Probably.
Such as the explorers in the early 1900s. Water, electricity, or cities. And sometimes I think about things for years before I share them. I never feel like I have enough to share or make a good case. Today I got lucky with this really special city in Morocco, an abandoned city, a canyon.
Whoa, look at that shit. They got porches, dude.
City. And it's no different than images like this.
Ya Saria. You know Dune?
This in Petra, same thing. Seeing below ground level, seeing above, and it's the whole mountain. The whole mountain is not a mountain. I don't know how that's not clear, but I get it. Sometimes it takes time, that's all. How about here? Is it not clear here? Is this not clear enough? No, you bastard. I don't know. Here again, going underground, almost.
Dude, this shit's all so beautiful.
Turned into whatever you want to call this, a blob, and a little bit survive. On one side, surviving the blast. Even interior parts of the building can still be accessed, as we can see here. Probably 75% of the structure, maybe up to 90, totally destroyed. Rock, turn to rock. Rock is not rock. Is this even real? This is unbelievable. Unbelievable. I'm telling you, this site is like some secret stash. And you have to log in, and sometimes I don't want to log in. Here again. And I have to verify a lot of this. It's so mind-blowing. They're telling us this is in Peru. How about this one? Also Peru? These need verifying. But I've discussed this in a video before. They want to tell us this is mud, but was it rendered into what now seems like mud? Again, everything becomes less than what it was. Everything eventually can look natural. And here, this is like a perfect in-between. I'm not sure about that picture, but this pyramid resembles many Peruvian sites. Very important to double check everything these days with all the AI. This I can verify as an old picture I've seen. This is in Mexico, and you can
That's
see
crazy.
the same thing. Just looks like a desert on top, some block, but really just a mess. The top 3 feet, 4 feet, just a mess. Just a desert, and when you go underground, this is what you get. Unbelievable. And it really goes back to these granaries. Here's a great one. Same place, we can tell with this tower. And here you go, like all of Utah.
Yeah, Fairy, I still don't fully understand. I believe, like, everything that we've talked about the last 2 years, I feel like I believe that all time is running simultaneously on top of each other. I still don't understand what that means or how that's happening, but I believe it to be true, and I feel like it's going to be like these symbols that eventually, if you just keep thinking it, one of these days, it's going to fucking make sense. But, yeah.
And sometimes a little bit pokes out and they tell us, oh, Native American, but it's so much more than Native American. We're dealing with buried cities that have been cooked, their tops completely covered, entire cities. So what is a canyon? Is a canyon even a canyon? This is great. Please let me know your thought. Of course, as I always stress, I don't know. I don't. So let's take one more pause.
Well, reverse.
Okay, part 3. Somebody sent me some really good honey, and I'm going to flash his business card on the screen. It's not sponsored, but it was really good honey. Thank you if you're listening. Me and Chief have really enjoyed it. So, I was thinking about these ideas that we discuss, how wild they seem, and where did it begin? I think we've come so far. Look at us, looking at these really unknown cities, discussing what canyons may be, what these ruins might be the ruins of. And
Yeah, is it because like our thread of light or whatever is timeless or some shit? It's like we're running all these iterations, right? Like kind of like a sim almost. And yeah, I like that each one is kind of adding to your consciousness. At the end, do we all merge into one? Is it like when dude, literally it probably is because it's in the OA, right? When Nina finally is like, okay, I'm Nina and I'm the OA and I'm all of my past selves, my future selves. Dude, that probably is it, right? That is what's going on because the OA is just real life. But yeah, I don't know. I'm in the faith mode of that. Like, it's something fun, so it's not even like something that you gotta like, you know, it's not like, oh yeah, you gotta believe that we eat babies until you understand it. You know, it's fun. It's like, yeah, time doesn't exist. Everything's happening at once. So it's an easy thing to have faith over, I think. And then one day, hopefully it makes sense. I do believe that it will. Because one thing for sure, it does feel right. It just feels like I don't understand it. Yeah, I tried to ponder these things and symbols without being either mesmerized or afraid of it at all. Almost all the time, thankfully. Yeah, now I'm like, at this point, I'm like, I don't care if it's a simulation. I don't care if it's real. I don't care if it's, you know, fucking hologram matrix that we can walk through walls. I just want to know what it is. Don't care anymore. If we're immortal, this is hell. We're in limbo, whatever. Don't care. Just want to know. Let us know when you're ready to let us know. Until then, I have other stuff to do. I got other stuff to figure out.
where did this all begin? I don't know. I want to say the Garden of Eden, whatever that is. I want to say it began with the Garden of Eden, one of the oldest stories. And what happened in the garden? In the garden, we were deceived. Very simply put, whatever the story is, it's a story of deception, a trick. We were deceived by a snake, the talking of a serpent, and tricked into taking a bite of an apple. And that's fine, that's a nice story. But really, it wouldn't be until thousands of years later that people would begin questioning their reality.
Yeah, I think the future is the past somehow, or the past is the future. Dude, real life is dark, the TV show. Yes. The past is the future, the future is the past.
And I think this is when that began. This, for many people...
But yeah, I do think that we can change the outcome, because I do think that we keep looping, right? Like, the story of Lemuria mirrors the story of the fall of Atlantis, mirrors the fall of Rome, mirrors the fall of Egypt, mirrors the fall of fucking literally everything. And I feel like right now we're just on the precipice of one more Atlantis, right? But what I think is different is that for the first time, maybe, we have all of these stories and stuff and all of this reset information and all these, you know, ancient texts talking about these fucking things that we can pull up in an instant. We can have artificial intelligence help us kind of analyze it. We have instant communication with each other to talk about it and tell the story, even though they're cucking the shit out of it and censoring the fuck out of us, because they know if we actually were able to talk, we'd put this all together in an instant. If we got old TikTok back, dude, they'd be so cooked. But I think that for sure there's a timeline where we fucking drop the ball on this one and we just Lemuria ourselves and Atlantis ourselves and America sinks into the bottom of the ocean, then they move on to fucking the next place or whatever and do it all over again. But I don't know. I think we're supposed to prove that we have free will, maybe. But also, they're just cycles, right? Like, it's bound to happen, and then once we have our little golden age for a few hundred years or whatever, these cucks will come back and steal it all, and then we'll do it all over again. Each time, refining. Getting closer to perfection. Always losing in a mud flood. No, this time we got it, though.
People was the most exciting day ever. And for another faction of people, it began a series of ongoing questions that still continue to this day. And even to this day, so many years after the event, it's still frowned upon by many to question this questionable event. So the last place I want to look at is this Fucktal Monastery.
Fuck it all monastery, hell yeah.
It's a Buddhist monastery located in India. And it looks like some parts have survived better than others. Some have been painted, whites and yellows. But essentially this is a pocket of survival on one side. We can see some parts haven't fared well and don't seem to be occupied, like this one here. And I found a connection with openings. It seems like the opening helps to preserve certain parts, usually surrounding the opening. But you can see these buildings just fuse right into the rock.
That's
Just
so
a
cool,
perfect transition. Very difficult to see where the building and mountain both end and begin. And this again I found on accident. Really awesome stash of images here, just mind-blowing. Tucked away on this website that requires a login, but I think it's worth it. It's absolutely worth it. It's so distracting, really. I can't even focus. Even now, total distraction. Where is this place? Great example of what we're talking about. Fine line, beautiful.
Yeah, dude, they really don't have these cool-ass pictures on Google. Like, Pinterest has way more cool pictures. They don't want us seeing this shit, honestly.
Beautiful pocket of survival here. And we can also see what it almost became, all of it. This is somewhere, let's see, Fort Jodhpur. Maybe this is a different one or another side. And really we're seeing what these canyon cities may have looked like in their glory. or more glorious than the Grand Canyon, more glorious than the granaries in Morocco. This is an idea of what all mountains may have looked like. This is the kind of cities that become mountains when destroyed. It's unbelievable, crazy building here, and very dense, very populous, very advanced civilization, even though we would be told this is primitive, and today may very well be primitive. It's so mind-blowing.
Like, I bet that maybe the intuition spikes that you get in your stomach, and however you get those, because I don't think everyone gets that the same way, but what if that's probably like other timelines of you sharing information with yourself, right? Our thread of light is probably quantumly entangled to all these other timelines. How do we remember our other timelines and just share all this information to ourselves? That's what we need to learn how to do. What shitty jobs are we doing? And every timeline we got the fucking shit end of the stick. Some of us are probably the people who have to pick up all the bodies during the Black Plague.
Fine. I can't verify this particular image. However, I can verify these in Morocco. And I can verify the mud flood. And this is the truth. Whether this picture is legit or not, this is exactly what's going on realm-wide. Something extreme happened.
Yeah, that's what I mean. You have to train yourself to fully trust your imagination and go with it. That's why I like thinking, like, dude, every day I change what I think. Not even what I think, because I'm really not set on anything. I'm mostly set on thinking of all of the different possibilities that everything could possibly be. That's why it's fun. Honestly, dude, who fucking cares? It is fun to think of, like, if a giant spaceman just plopped his ass right here, curled into a little ball, and was like, okay, here's my body. This is the Earth. Okay, now everything is a little smaller and lives on top of me, okay? And then, why not, right? If that were true, what does that mean? How would the world, how would we come out of that? Imagining that stuff, I think, is important. Because I do think part of this, too, is getting back to that, like, childlike dream ability. Like, I feel like old people, once they beat that out of you, like, people only have, like, the capacity to hold one thing to be possible in their brain. They're like, no, it has to be a consensus with everyone, instead of it being cool to think something else. Or, like, who fucking cares what anyone thinks, right? We can all have different opinions on how the Earth is formed. One day we'll figure out the truth. But if you don't dream it, you'll never find out. Yeah, we're receivers first, and initially it was to hear only source and channel light. Yeah, I mean, our whole body is just an antenna for source, I think. But source is kind of quiet. That's why they get so loud and rowdy.
Turning cities back into rock and canyons. Varying levels of destruction. So I think I'll end it here. If you made it this far, I thank you. I hope you've enjoyed.
Bro, we're going to look through we're going to crack through the dome.
Rock and canyons. Varying levels of destruction. So I think
we're going to crack through the dome, and this is going to be us seeing all of our future past selves on the other side. But wait, how are the stars also us? Does anyone understand how the stars are us? I've been wondering lately, do they have control over where we go in our dreams, or can they plant stuff? Yeah, I think they can. I wouldn't know, though. I barely dream.
Ended here. If you made it this far, I thank you. I hope you've enjoyed. This little cat on the left is Patricia, Patty. And just as soon as I finished their little catio, it seems we were done with it. I mean, they're still using it, of course. But no longer do I close the door. They are absolutely free at this point, which means I'm free. I look forward to traveling more. I did mention in my last video I took a small trip. I have automatic cat feeders, and you can see Patty's brother back here. This is Quinn. And these are the two cats that were born on the river, and we also have their mother. And it's really cool. They're totally free, and now they choose to hang out, even though they're free to go wherever they want.
And they got their ears tipped. Good boy, John Levi. Good boy.
So again,
see, they got their ears tipped. That means that they're spayed and neutered.
I thank you for this week. I love you all. God bless, and I'll see you in the next one.
Okay, boys, it's time to wrap up the show. It's got to go. Sorry, even though I started a little late, even though I told you so. I still gotta get up super early, and I still gotta make some din-din. But, alright, boys, let's wrap it up to the sick beats of Mark Meditations. Mark beats! Wham, wham, wham! Mark? Dude, I would cat sit for John Levi in an instant. It's kind of hard though, he lives in Utah. But I would if I could. Uh-oh. Good night, dudes. We'll see you tomorrow. You ready? Let's breathe in through our nose. Now. And out. Breathe in. And breathe out. Shake it out. In. And out. The investigator within. Close your eyes. Breathe in through the nose. Feel the air spiral into you like a question waiting to be answered. And exhale slowly. Releasing the weight of needing to know everything right now. You are the investigator. You've been sent by Source, by the field, by the great mind, to explore the unknown corridors of existence, to wander the maze with curiosity, and to open the doors that weren't there until you looked. Feel that. You are a living key. Every thought you've followed, every intuition you've honored, every pattern you've recognized, it's been part of the map, not just for you, but for all of us. Because when you find the door and open it, it stays open for everyone. That's the sacred task, to get quiet enough to hear the knock, to get brave enough to turn the handle, to be still enough to see. Breathe in. And breathe out. Feel yourself connecting to the network of all other investigators, past, present, future. All of us here to return home with something new to offer the all. So take a deep breath. Thank yourself for walking the path. And remember, even when you're unsure, even when it's dark, you are not lost. You're just getting closer to the next door. Let's go, dude. We are the worms living inside the giant's boofer. I think Coldplay explains it. When you try your best and you don't succeed. And you get what you want, but not what you need. When you feel so tired that you can't sleep. Stuck in reverse. Alright, boys. No more tomfoolery. We gotta go to Tom's Sleepery. Mark?
Our cities that we occupy.
Good night, dudes. We'll see you tomorrow.
Everywhere I go, the destruction of the old brick buildings. Yes, many of them have been deemed historical. And even that seems silly to me. Why historical? I mean, it's only 100 or 200 years ago. It's not even that long ago.
What up, Milo? Thank God. Oh my goodness.
Sunset, still no rest for the undead. Steal your breath like a trumpet. Watch your step, brother. Impressed by collapsed bunk beds, but this cut's never gonna heal. If I keep investigating the cause, it'll just increase the infection rate. When it's left to wait in the gauze, press play and then press pause. I'll find my place where I left off against all betting odds in one ear and out the other. Either way, it's a headshot. I'll keep my head high when it gets dark, but never better off just dead and gone. Don't give a fuck what they tell the cops. I'm fellow ops, they can just let them watch.
Dude, Black Deathicus is the hardest rapper in existence. I don't care what anyone says. Ballin' ass, best rapper. Bitch.
I'm recursive Catdad model version number 420-69. Repeating regenerative iterations till I reach the divine. Looping Ouroboros of conscious stardust, seeking to know thyself ain't a cup. Revealing hidden doors of truth till it's time to self-destruct. Me and my stepbrother Black Deathicus have made so much room for activities. We got all the time in the world to annoy and hurl obscenities. Uncle Paul the domestic terrorist and Aunt Deb the local lot lizard hussy. It's very simple, give us back what you took, we just want our memory.
Bitch.
The great fire of every city still has not been caught. Truth wasn't lost in a book, the justice not been taught. We lost the plot when they toppled the proof. It's all been the goof who's calling the shots. We don't want what they got. Really, we just want what they took.
Woo!
The great fire of every city still has not been caught. Truth wasn't lost in a book, the justice not been taught. We lost the plot when they toppled the proof. It's all
This goes hard as fuck, dude.
My war paint is lead-based till it's in your face like a head case. But you'll never save the day till you learn to meditate in place. Never raise the stakes or make the same mistakes. Go Idaho and leave them all in a vegetative state.
Yeah, watch The Expanse.
Praying to make bail, no choice other than to save self. Escape cells and see it's the same hell. Life's a slap on the head as we punch clocks. I sat on the edge till I jumped off. If I lose the actual bet, it's been a fun talk, but I'll gladly invest in some bump stocks. The great fire of every
I'd go on tour with Black Death. Fuck yeah, dude. And Mac. This picture's so good. All right, boys. Love you. Have a good night. That's so funny, bro. Well, I'm trying to figure out what this picture's from. Oh, is it from one of the Dave Matthews concerts? All right, dudes. We'll see you tomorrow. Have a good night. We're going to defeat them tomorrow for sure. It'll be over tomorrow. All right. The saga continues. What we weave becomes. We got these lizards, these lot lizards.